Now the metaphysical, or should I say, well, metaphysica, beyond the physics, beyond physical. That's what it is today. In Aristotle's time, it was beyond the physics. He had 13 books on natural science. And because this last book had no title, they named it the after physics, ta metaphysica. Metaphysics, the after physics, after Aristotle's 13 books on natural science, physics. What metaphysics has now become is a science that includes a whole host of mind sciences. And I mentioned that just to put a disclaimer at the top. The type of metaphysics I study would be called metunetia. It is not Western metaphysics. It is not even, metunetia comes from the Egyptians. It's actually an Egyptian system of spirituality that deals with words, deals with divine speech. And the reason I even look at that and say, well, it's not even that, is because my perspective is hip hop. And what I've realized is that hip hop is African American enlightenment. And a lot of, it's really human enlightenment, but specifically for African Americans, it's African American enlightenment. Meaning that first let's talk about this called intuit knowing. I-N-T-U-I-T. Intuit knowing. This is the knowledge you was born with. This is, some people call it genetic memory. This is the knowledge you was born with. This is the knowledge that nature hands you at the time of your birth. This is the knowledge that colonialism is trying to take from you. Understand the game. The game is you are born perfect, but you enter a system that makes you imperfect due to your perception of yourself. Meaning, you're born perfect, but you don't see yourself in any perfected state in any part of your environment. Perfection and beauty and strength and courage is always the image of the one oppressing you. You are never the symbol of beauty, intellect, courage, knowledge. No, you're never that. What you have to do is put yourself aside and assimilate to a make-believe white mainstream reality, white people included. Some people call this white supremacy. That's incorrect. It's just called white racism. Because white supremacy, usually when you say white supremacy, you think white people above other races, or using that as a reason for lynchings and beatings and kidnappings and burnings. When you think white supremacy, you think violence, you think the Ku Klux Klan, you think that. But the question for real intellectuals is, how is that supreme? The term is incorrect, white supremacy. No, white supremacy is love, justice, knowledge, mercy, compassion. That is white supremacy. To be a supreme anything, you cannot be against nature. To be a supreme anything, the more in harmony you are with the universe, the more supreme you become. So white supremacy outside of the laws of nature is just white racism. You want to meet a real white supremacist. You want a white supremacist as your friend. And I must admit, even though they will not admit this of themselves, but I've met some white supremacists in my day. Real ones, real white people that treat me better than I treat myself. Love me more than I love myself. Care for me more than I can care for myself or care for myself. Someone who says, no, don't go there. There's a snake around the corner. That's white supremacy. Black mother with 2 kids acting stupid. White man comes along, you better listen to your mother. She's the queen of the earth. White supremacy. You want a white supremacist as a friend. Why do I bring this up? Because this is how education keeps us mentally enslaved. The words we use, the images that these words give our minds, is what's controlling your perception. What is perception? The way you see things, the way you see reality. If a painter was to walk in this room right now, the painter would see all kinds of stuff. This needs to be touched up, or that's going to fade in a couple of months. That paint is called something blue. This paint is called something. We don't know any of this. If the painter stayed in the room and a plumber walked in the same room, the room would change again. The plumber would say, oh no, forget the paint. Look, this fixture here, we need to fix that sprinkler. Look, there's a pipe behind here that goes to there, and that's where we're gonna get the main. This is invisible to you. Okay, the painter, the plumber is in the room, now an electrician walks in the room. Suddenly the lighting thing. Now, these are three different people seeing the same room with three different awarenesses. It's the same room. Right now, this is free. Now listen to me. Right now, many of y'all got goals to see. I want you to complete your goal. Your goal, I don't want you to hold. You gotta understand while I verse this. Your goal is not yours, it's a purpose. The universe gives you a purpose, which means nobody is worthless. What you gotta do is pursue. You gotta understand the true you. And what is you? It's not demanding. It's an acronym. It's your old understanding. Now when you understand what you is, your old understanding, it becomes abusive. Because if you only exist in the you, then you only gonna do what you used to do. What you gotta look at, take the knowledge off the shelf. What I'm talking about is the difference between you and the self. The self is the boss. The self is a source, energy, life force. You, your all understanding. Oh. Continue. Let me continue on the menu. He gave me music so I could bend to. But let's continue the lecture. This shit is some hard texture. Listen. So what I was saying is about the self. It's the source, energy, life force, and nothing else. What you want to be is a being, not somebody looking and seeing. See, the old understanding gotta know. See, the old understanding gotta see a flow. It gotta see a map. It gotta see a plan. That's why we say it's your old understanding. But when you really have faith, you create your own space. When you're working with the self, man, you're gonna create health, wealth, and self. Listen to what I'm saying. This is beyond meditation and praying. This is what you're seeing. All you gotta do is start being. Many of us don't wanna be. Many of us just want to see. We just wanna look at our goal. 10 years from now, we don't really wanna hold. We're afraid of success. That's the problem, we're afraid of success. We don't know what we're gonna do if we put a record out and it sells 1 million or 2. If that ever happened, now the dude's rapping, start snapping, like, head gone, fucked up. Eminem was just talking about it in my truck. He was saying he wasn't ready. He was saying he wasn't ready to rock it steady. When he put out his first single, he tried to mingle with the big boys. He couldn't jingle. Why? Because he was in the you, the old understanding. That's true. What he had to do was get to the self, and it was wild. It happened when he put out 8 Mile. Then he realized who he was. See, listen to me, man. Listen, cunts. Damn, you standing right there. You drove me here. What up, man? But now we in the cypher.
And like, give me that shit. Keep it hyper. The lesson's ended. This is the message that I'm sending. What I'm sending is this. Be you. Be you. This is the message. This is what I give. Be you and be positive. The world, that could be negative. The world, that could be negative. But if you are the positive, when you step on the earth, this is what you give. L-O-V-E. 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 Again! L-O-V. Turn the music up! L-O-V-E. Turn the music up! E. Yes! Turn the music up! Yes! V-E. Yes! L-O-V-E. Yo! L-O-V-E.
Welcome back to the Temple of Hip Hop. I am KRS-One. So what we're going to get into here is philosophy. And what is interesting about the Temple of Hip Hop, as a matter of fact, what is interesting about these first few lessons that we've been dealing with, those who have been with us now for the past 2 weeks or the last 2 sessions, you'll notice that the theme that we're dealing with is nation building, culture building, civilization building. And that's why we point our lesson here today to the realm of philosophy. And what is philosophy is going to be our first question. I put this picture up here because, you know, they say a picture speaks 1,000 words. But this is a famous picture. It's a famous drawing that philosophers, when you're first putting your foot on the path of philosophy, these are some of the drawings that are shown, because this is the point to philosophy in and of itself. You'll notice that the gentleman is within a reality, but then he is somehow able to poke his head out of what we call physical reality and see an entirely different reality. Something dealing with the universe, other planets, and so on. This has been this is an ancient technique that you could be on Earth and somehow figure out how to get to the universe from where you stand. Now, a lot of this was done with medicinal herbs and plants. That's why you see this down here. These represent, like, these are mushrooms. And these represent medicinal plants. Same thing with the rainbow. All of this represents medicinal enlightenment. You know, those that take mushrooms, maybe peyote, ayahuasca, even back in the days, LSD. Those who take hallucinogenics is what they're called, usually have this kind of experience. This is a drawing. But the philosopher tries to achieve this experience without an artificial means of doing so. You can always sip something, drink something, smoke something, and achieve this right here. But the object of philosophy is for you to achieve this level of mind, being able to peer into the deeper parts of reality without drugs, without medicinal plants, without it altering your physical body. You're supposed to be able to do this through knowledge in and of itself. But I give you the whole story just so you know. Don't think that, you know, philosophers was just sitting around and it was all about knowledge. No, some of the earliest philosophers were taking some hardcore drugs to see what they could see. And we call them drugs today. That's a harsh word. I'll say medicinal plants. is what they were taking. Here's another part of that as well.
a different picture, but the same concept. You'll notice that this theme, when you are studying philosophy, you'll see this theme a lot. And notice the reality in which we're in. There's the regular reality, sun, stars, and a tree. But he's peering out into another reality. And this is the point. Can you move your mind outside of the material world and into a world of possibility, imagination, but based on truth? The intangibles, not the material world, but the intangibles like love, peace, forgiveness, mercy. You can't touch these things, but we know they exist. We feel them. We communicate with these forces in other ways. When you're feeling stuff, you're on this particular path. This could be called the emotions, and this could be called the intellect. To peer deeper into reality is what these pictures are showing. So now we come to our first question. What is philosophy? And I should have had a piece on here that said, and how does it relate to hip hop? But that's a given in this particular course. All of this is related to hip hop, all of it. What is philosophy? First, philo is the word we need to look at. Philo means love. We're going to break this word down for you so you can totally understand it. Sophie equals or is wisdom. Philosophy. Philo, love, Sophie, wisdom. Now these are Greek terms. Philo, Greek term. Sophie, Greek term. And what we deal with is love, wisdom. Like, what is it? Love, wisdom, okay? Love of wisdom, it's also philosophy. Lover of wisdom, also philosophy. As a matter of fact, lover of wisdom would be called the philosopher. We'll get to that. But philosophy is philo, Sophie. Philo, love, Sophie, wisdom. Here's the compact edition of the Oxford English Dictionary. We always pull that up in our lessons because we go right to the original definitions with the etymology so that we clearly understand what's going on. We got a lot of reading to do today, so those that want to also take pictures of the screen, this will be left up a little bit, a few seconds longer for you to be able to take pictures of the screen. So here we are, philosophy. Right here, definition 1. In the original and widest sense, the love, study, and pursuit of wisdom. We just saw that. Philosophy, love of wisdom or lover of wisdom. Pursuit, study of wisdom, or of knowledge of things and their causes. This is going to be very important. Knowledge of things and their causes, whether theoretical or practical. So I blow this up here because I want us to see this part right here. This is the definition of Cicero. Cicero's definition of philosophia, and the translation is down here within here. This is the etymology of the word philosophy. We just looked at the definition. These are the years in which philosophy is being used. And notice down here, sometimes used especially of practical wisdom. Here's the Cicero in Latin. We just saw that. Here is the translation. Philosophy is love, a love or desire of wisdom. And notice these words as well. I'm going to speak in the tongue that we have today. But this is Old English. And also you may want to take a picture of the screen for your own further study. But philosophy is a love or desire of wisdom. Or otherwise, it is a profession, study, and exercise of that wisdom. And notice, look how he's spelling wisdom, which is the knowledge of divine and human, or here it says humane, things. Now, we always play games with this word here, divine, okay? Because we're always hyping it. When we think of the word divine, we think of what Hollywood's interpretation of divine is. We're not looking literally at divine. Like imagine, in the definition of philosophy, divine is part of its definition. Humane or human is part of its definition. we usually exaggerate these words: God, evil, good, bad. We exaggerate these words. We use these words culturally. But philosophy, the reason why it clears your mind is because it deals with words literally. This would not be in the definition if divine was not a real thing. The Oxford English Dictionary is not dealing with fantasy. It's a dictionary. It has to document fact of language. So what we have to understand as hip-hoppers, in a philosophical sense, is that we are divine. Divinity is a real thing to achieve. And it feels good when you do. But divinity is a real thing to achieve. And that's why we bring this up at the top of philosophy. We're dealing with knowledge of the divine here. And the way you get to that knowledge of divinity is not by adding more knowledge onto yourself, but by stripping away useless knowledge until all that is left is your true self. It's a different kind of learning. True philosophy is about unlearning. You know, you've been taught so much nonsense. We all have been exposed to such propaganda. Philosophy, as with the original definition, seeks to know what's real, what's true, what's the actual cause of this. Is this a fact or is this fantasy? Well, we bring up the definition and we want you to see this right up at the top. What is philosophy? Love of wisdom. What is philosophy? Knowledge of divine and humane things, human things. The wise dome, the home of wise. Okay, this is the relation of philosophy. You know, and I'm emphasizing this because people have all kinds of expectations about philosophy as well. We hype that word up too to mean all kinds of other things that it doesn't really mean. That's why I'm spending this time on it right at the beginning. Philosophy, love, wisdom, lover of wisdom, seeker, desirer of wisdom. You'll notice that this is not a study, this is a character. Let's go forward. Philosophy definition 2, that more advanced knowledge or study to which in the medieval universities, the 7 liberal arts were recognized as introductory. This was the introductory course, was philosophy, and here's how they did you. It included the 3 branches of natural, moral, and metaphysical philosophy, commonly called the 3 philosophies, hence the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. So we're going to focus on these 3. That's why I bring this up. I'm going to bring a few more in, like psychology, theology is also part of philosophy. But we're dealing straight, we're going to start with the ABCs first. And the ABCs of philosophy is natural, moral, and metaphysical philosophy. This is natural science, this is science, morality, ethics, and metaphysics. Let's go forward. Here's natural philosophy, the 3rd definition of philosophy, the knowledge of, not the knowledge or study of nature, or of natural objects and phenomena. Natural knowledge, now usually called science. Because at one time, to be a philosopher or philosophy itself encompassed religion and science at the same time. In fact, it encompassed all of the sciences and all of that which was spiritual. Because ancient people used to teach like that. There was no separation between science and religion in the original sense. In the original sense, all of these were one thing. You could not know science without knowing God. You could not know God without knowing science. In fact, God and science were the same things. God is just the flip side of science. Or should I say, the spirit and spiritual was just the flip side of the natural. So we study science to know God and study God to know science. Or should I say, we study spirit to know science and study science to know spirit. So here's science. We just saw that. I just wanted to pull up science real quick so you can take a look at its definition. What is science? The state or fact of knowing. knowledge or cognizance of something specified or implied. Also, with a wider reference, knowledge, more or less extensive, as a personal attribute. Okay, knowledge as a personal attribute. I want you to see this, because what we're going to get into is the fact that when you're dealing with philosophy and you're dealing with wisdom, you're not really dealing with a study, you're dealing with an attitude. You're dealing with a character. You're dealing with a way to be. Persons are now only theological in the rendering of scholastic terms, see, quote, and occasion philosophy in the sense of knowledge, as opposed to belief or opinion. That's the piece right there. What is philosophy? Knowledge, as opposed to belief or opinion. This is why we say the Temple of Hip Hop is not necessarily a religious organization. And I say necessarily because your culture is your religion, and your religion is your culture. But as you can see, we are philosophers first. We don't need to find the difference and distinction between these two. When you really deal with philosophy in its original sense, what are we dealing with? Knowledge. We want to know what is real. Not belief or opinion. This is not faith. This is knowledge. Let's go forward. Here we have, well, let me just bring it up. This is the full page, of course. I'm blowing you up right here. We're reading this here. Contrasted or coupled with conscience. How you feel, your sense of right and wrong. Conscience. Emphasizing the distinction to be drawn between theoretical perception of a truth and moral conviction. This is, I'm not going to get into this, but I want you to just pay attention to this real quick, because this is one of the Western problems in philosophy. Eastern philosophers don't have this problem, but Western philosophers have this problem. Distinction to be drawn between theoretical perception of a truth and moral conviction. The Western philosophers always had a problem with their morals versus their perception of truth. And that's because you're dealing with a colonial culture. I don't want to have to bring the slave trade and the invasions and colonialism and imperialism and all of that into this conversation. You could study that on your own time. But imperialism, colonialism, invasion, robbery, all of that makes this problem where you have a theoretical perception of a truth. I know I'm not supposed to steal, but you did. So now you got now your moral convictions are messed up because you know you're not supposed to be in this country, but you're here. And you still want to be a philosopher. You still want to say I'm studying truth. You still want to say I'm a lover of wisdom while you're robbing, raping, kidnapping, and enslaving people. That's why the West has a problem. And this is why we have to look at this problem as hip-hoppers. We can't adopt imperialism and colonialism and call it philosophy. Philosophy is about knowledge acquired by study, acquaintance with or mastery of any department of learning. Also, a person's various kinds of knowledge. This is a mastery of any department of learning. This is why hip-hop is a philosophy. And this is why I hold myself out as a hip-hop philosopher, because I've mastered my department of study. My department of study is hip-hop and its culture. I've mastered my study. I can be called a philosopher. Why? Because I've mastered my department of learning, which is hip-hop. Now, when you master your department of learning, you too will be a hip-hop philosopher. But to be a hip-hop philosopher, words like knowledge, mastery, okay, science, perception, truth, moral conviction, conscience. These are the words now we're going to focus in on. These are the words that clear out the evil, clear out the lie, clear out the confusion. These are the words we're focusing on. Trained, I'm down here, be here. Trained skill. What is your philosophy? Your trained skill, what you do, not just talk. Your skill. MCing is a philosophy. DJing is a philosophy. breaking is not just dance, it's a philosophy. Three, a particular branch of knowledge or study, a recognized department of learning. Read it again. A particular branch of knowledge, hip-hop, or study, hip-hop, a recognized department of learning, hip-hop. Hip-hop's culture is a recognized department of learning. Universities are studying it right now. I am called constantly to speak on hip-hop, to teach it at university level. Recognized, that's the word. We went over this maybe 2 weeks ago, when we was talking about hip-hop and its cultural, its legal authority as a culture. And I was saying that you have to be recognized, at least in a Western perspective, you have to be recognized. So here they're saying, a recognized department of learning is a philosophy. In a more restricted sense, a branch of study which is concerned either with a connected body of demonstrated truths or with observed facts, systematically classified or more or less colligated by being brought under general laws and which includes trustworthy methods for the discovery of new truth within its own domain. This is hip-hop. This is hip-hop. In a more restricted sense, this is philosophy, a branch of study which is concerned either with a connected body of demonstrated truth, breaking, MCing, graffiti art, DJing, beatboxing, street fashion, street language, street knowledge, and street entrepreneurialism. That is a branch of study which is concerned either with a connected body of demonstrated truths or with observed facts systematically classified and more or less colligated by being brought under general laws and which includes trustworthy methods for the discovery of new truth within its own domain. All of that is hip-hop as philosophy. We could discover all of this. We have our observed facts. We have a system of observed facts if we just pay attention to it and not approach hip-hop just as a music genre. Because as you can see clearly, hip-hop is more than that. Hip-hop is this. This is hip-hop. A trustworthy method for getting new truth. This is philosophy. Now we come back to moral philosophy. We dealt with science. Now we're dealing with morals. Here's moral. Remember, it was three main branches of philosophy: science, ethics, and metaphysics. Here's ethics, or moral philosophy, the knowledge or study of the principles of human action or conduct. Ethics. And this word ethics is loaded. The ethic in there, that's a loaded word. I'm not going to get into this right now. Oh, Lord, that is big. That's 2 hours to discuss the etymology of this ETH and where it goes and what it is. But this word ethics actually is a description of Africans or anyone non-Greek. But the actual word ethics is connected to the word Ethiopian. And I'm not going to get into that here. We'll see that down the line, probably in February when we're talking Black history. Then I'll get into this right here. But what I want you to see is moral philosophy, the second part of philosophy itself, the knowledge or study of the principles of human action or conduct. Ethics. You can't be a philosopher and be a bad person. It's impossible. It's like saying, I'm going to call myself a doctor, but I never healed nobody. Or actually make it worse, I'm going to call myself a doctor and all I do is make people sick. If you're a philosopher, you're concerned with human action. You're concerned with right action. What's right for humanity or for your group? What is right? Not the cultural, I know what right is, I know what wrong is. No, you really don't. We really have to look at the facts regarding the words coming out of our mouth. This is philosophy. What is philosophy? Knowledge. What is philosophy? Divine knowledge, divine philosophy, that knowledge that is outside of human understanding. And actually, not even outside of human understanding, I would say outside of human activity. Basic, mundane human activity. Basic man, basic woman, the average Joe. No disrespect to the average, but that's not what philosophy is. Philosophy says we're going to go beyond the average. We are reaching for God. We're reaching for the divine because we want to know what the truth is. We know truth is divine. So in our pursuit of truth, wisdom, and knowledge, we enter the realm of the divine. Moral. What does it mean to be moral? Of or pertaining to character or disposition considered as good or bad, virtuous or vicious, of or pertaining to the distinction between right and wrong, or good and evil. And notice how they did that, because this is the correct way to approach these contrasts. Right and wrong go together. I'm going to show you that in a minute. Good and evil go together. It's not good and bad. It's good and evil. It's not, good and wrong. That would be philosophically incorrect. It's right and wrong, good and evil, and bad is on its own, because originally bad was not bad, it was something else. We'll get into that in a minute. Virtuous or vicious, of or pertaining to the distinction between right and wrong, or good and evil, in relation to the actions. What is good conduct? That's what the philosopher needs to know. That's what the philosopher knew. The very first philosophers had to figure this out. In relation to actions, of volitions, or character of responsible beings. You see that? Character. What is moral? It's related to your character. And being moral is being responsible. And let me say this. Being moral and being responsible is not just being good, it's good and bad. You have to understand what good and bad is, what right and wrong is. Moral is not just I'm right, or I'm good, or I understand what right is, or I understand what good is. Moral is, do you understand what good and bad is, so that you can make the proper decisions, which is what wisdom is really all about. Treating, it was still with morals, second meaning of morals. Treating or concerned with virtue and vice. These go together. Virtue and vice, good and evil, right and wrong. These are the contrasts, at least philosophically. Treating of or concerned with virtue and vice, or the rules of right conduct. This is what the immature person runs from. Someone tells them, look, I got a list of rules of right conduct. I don't want no rules. Rules? Laws? I don't need no laws. Now that person, go ahead. But for those of us that are philosophers, we are concerned with the rules of right conduct. We study them, we study other cultures, and figure out what was right for you. What did you think was right? What did you think was wrong? And we study all cultures, and we come back to our own culture, and we say, based on where we are and what we're doing, what is right? What is wrong? With all due respect, if we are under attack as a people, as a hip-hop people, if we are constantly under attack and degraded because we have no protection, is it right to hold ourselves out as that which will disrespect the culture? Is it right? You may want to do it. You may have reason to present yourself in ways that will destroy our culture. You may have a reason to, but is it right? This is the question. The rules of right conduct, that's morality, that's ethics, and that's what the philosopher is concerned with. Colonialism is not right. Imperialism is a crime. So all of those Western or European philosophers with all these grand ideas, throw them all in the garbage. And I mean that. What I'm saying is a bold statement right now. I'm talking about Aristotle, Plato, Socrates. Take all of that and put it in the garbage. Because you cannot be a philosopher and a racist. You cannot be a philosopher and an imperialist. You cannot be a philosopher and a colonist, a thief, a rapist, and a liar. We're concerned with right conduct. Deception and kidnapping babies is not right conduct. Therefore, if that's what your society is based on, you're a philosopher, and you say, I am seeking truth, but I'm on Native American land after killing hundreds of thousands of them. So I'm going to stand on, but I'm standing on truth. What truth? Truth disappears when Christopher Columbus shows up. When Christopher Columbus shows up on the shores, right conduct is gone. Unless you consider slavery and indiscriminate murder right. So you got to ask, and this is the argument too with morality. Because what's right for one man is wrong for, what was right for Christopher Columbus was wrong for the natives that were here, the black people that were already here. But who's to say who's right? Who's to say who's wrong? Whose morality are you going to link with, side with? How do you survive? Because I'll get into this later, but morality is connected to survival. So what you think is right, like, you know, the lion sitting by the water waiting for the deer to come so he could eat, the deer would say, the lion is wrong, I want my life. The lion will say, no, the deer is wrong, I gotta eat. Who's right? This is what the philosopher is thinking about. What is the right conduct? Especially for where we are and what we're doing. What would be the right conduct? And this is what you got to think about. In your family life, in your work life, job, or whatever, your school, education life. Walk right. Think right. Eat right. Be right. Speak right. Try to be right. That's what morality is all about. Here's the word right. What is a right? One, now I got the cross here, so that means it's obsolete. This is one of the earliest definitions of right. It's the first one. That's why it's up here in the Oxford English. It's the first definition, but it's obsolete. Anytime you see that cross, it's obsolete. You're either going to see the cross or this sign, OBS. That's obsolete. It's you either see this or you see the cross. Either one means we're not using it anymore. And I theorize that the cross is there because it's the Christian mind that is editing the English language for English people. We Africans and others who speak English are basically being indoctrinated into this kind of thought. That's why you just can't take it for face value. You can read it because it's a fact. This is the language we speak. This is the Western thought we live within. So we got to go here. But this ain't all. This ain't reality. We just have to start here because this is the language in which we speak. But language points to reality. Language itself is not reality. Letters are not words. Words are what come out of your mouth. That's a word. Letters document what words are. This is the true word. The true word is this vibration coming out of your mouth. That's the word. These are letters, and they form what we now call words so that you could codify the sounds coming out of my mouth. What is right? The standard of permitted and forbidden action within a certain sphere, law, a rule, or canon. Let me hit you with that again. You missed this piece. This was the original right. The standard of permitted and forbidden action. Stop here. That's what I want you to see. What is right? The standard of permitted and forbidden action. Basically, we want to know the truth. What is the standard of permitted and forbidden? So what to do and what not to do is right. Knowing what is permitted and knowing what is forbidden is right. Knowledge of knowing what's wrong, what is permitted, should say, and what is forbidden. This is the beginning of what is right. 2, notice the cross still there. That which is proper for or incumbent upon one to do, one's duty. But it's obsolete now. They don't use that. Look how far back it goes to 897. Okay, here's year 1000. Here's year 1225. Okay, what is it? 2. Okay, that which is proper for or incumbent on one to do, one's duty. That's right. If you ever want to know, how do I get right? What's your duty? What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to be doing? What were you born to do? What are you charged to do? That's your duty. That which is proper for or incumbent on one to do, one's duty. Now, what if your duty is to enslave young men and women and turn them into work dogs? That would be right if it's your duty. This is why the argument of morality is so crazy, because again, one man's devil is another man's angel. So who's to say what right and wrong is? And this is the struggle of Western philosophy, because we can say right away, we know what right is. Right is leave me alone. Right is you're not robbing me. Right is love. Right is friendship. We know what right is. But in a Western situation where you have imperialists and colonists, and out of that society they form their philosophy, then the questions become twisted. And as a philosopher seeking truth, you got to know the difference between that colonial thought influencing philosophy and philosophy itself. In other words, you have to apply philosophy to philosophy. Number 3, that which is constant with equity or the light of nature, that which is morally just or due. Okay? Often contrasted with might and wrong, and in Middle English, frequently coupled with reason or skill. What is right? Reason. What is right? Skill. What is not right? Might. What is not right? Wrong. Take it in. As hip-hoppers, we must know what is right and what is wrong. We must know what is reason and skill and what is might and belligerence. No skill, no real reason. You ain't coming with no reason, no logic, no solid argument, no rationale. You just want to shoot. You just want to kill. I'm going to make my way. I'm going to prove my point through beating you or killing you. Philosophy tells you straight up at the top. First of all, that ain't even philosophy, but it's immoral. It's not right. Might never makes right, as we can plainly see. Let's go. What is wrong? Wrong. What does it mean to be wrong? That which is morally, you just went over morals, that which is morally unjust, unfair, amiss, or improper, the opposite of right. See? That's why it's right and wrong, good and evil. The opposite of wrong is right. And get this piece. The opposite of wrong is that the opposite of right or the opposite of right or justice. Okay? The negation of equity, goodness, or rectitude. Okay? Contrasted with right. Okay? Frequently in contrast. Wrong. What does it mean to be wrong? It means that you are morally unjust. What does it mean to be wrong? You're being unfair. If you're not being fair, you're being wrong. If your morals are unjust, you're doing stuff out of your duty, you're disrespecting your duty, you're wrong. Morally unjust, okay? Unfair, amiss, improper, the opposite of right or justice. What's wrong? Injustice is literally wrong. The word literature, okay, literal. We are reading the word, the printed word, okay? Injustice is wrong. The wrong is the opposite of justice. This is why you can't have no peace without it. And this is what we're struggling for. African Americans and a whole bunch of people, black, brown, the poor, everybody's struggling for justice. Why? Because the system is I'm not pointing no fingers. I'm not criticizing. Maintain your maturity in this lesson. We must know what is really right, and we must know what is really wrong if we are to build a strong culture that's going to last for centuries. You can't just assume to know what's right and wrong. Let's read, let's study. What is philosophy? Knowledge. We're doing the knowledge right now. Let's move on. This is wrong as well. Wrong. What is wrong? The fact or position of being in the wrong. So imagine, let me go back here. Okay, what is wrong? Amiss, improper, opposite of right, unjust, unfair. What is wrong? The fact of being those things. So not only are those things wrong, but when you engage in those things, you're wrong. Okay? The fact or position of being in the wrong. Wrong means being in the wrong. Okay? To have wrong. Come down here. See, deviation from fact is wrong. If something is a fact and you deviate from fact, accuracy, or correct standard, incorrectness, error is wrong. Is hip-hop a culture? Fact. Yes, it is. Is that accurate? Yes. Is hip-hop as culture the correct standard? Yes, it is. So then why do we look like the way we look on television? Is it a fact that children listen to hip-hop, listen to rap music, like to see breaking, are turned on by graffiti art? Is it not a fact that what we call hip-hop influences young people in huge ways? If that is a fact, deviation from that fact, where you are delinquent in your duty to hip-hop as culture, you're wrong. You're wrong. We're not sitting here bragging and say, oh, because we conscious rappers, we right. Because we preach God. Because we preach peace, love, unity, and joy. Because so we right. No, it's not just that. We right because we know what's wrong. Once you know what's wrong, then you could do what's right. And that's why we're talking about it right here. Here's good. Here's good. Good. Okay? Good. It says, see, gather. Look at this. Okay, this is the etymology of it, all the other, we're good, gold. And you'll notice here, good, what is good? God. This is one of the original words for good, where the word good even comes from. It's not a deviation, but an alteration even of God. And I'm going to get into that word too, but here we are with good, okay? Now, the root, God, or gold, take a look, take a picture of the screen. Maybe you could figure this code out, okay? GAD, or whatever that code is, to bring together, to unite, see, gather. What is good? Originally in the etymology, to bring together. Unity is good, is the good, is unity. It's defined in unity. To gather. The original sense of good would be that of fitting, suitable, to be pleasing, time, fitting, time, fit, suitable. This is good. This goes with me. Fitting. It's suitable. I can wear this. This is me. This is not against the situation. This is suitable. It's fitting to the situation. You can gather. You can unite with it. So I want to show you this because the basis of goodness is unity. We looked at justice because we compared it with peace. We're looking at unity and good. Peace, love, unity, and joy. What is good? Unity. Now let's go further down here. Come down here. The most general adjective of condemnation implying the existence of a high or at least satisfactory degree of character. See the word again, character? Characteristic qualities which are either admirable in themselves or useful for some purpose. So what does it mean to be good? It means to be admired or to be useful. That's good. Unity, admiration, usefulness. We like it. It's suitable. It's our duty. It's right. It's fitting. It's good. Now hip hop is good. It is fitting. We admire it. It's definitely useful. It's good. It's good. Literally, it's good. This is a slightly different thing that deals with fact. Take a look at just this right here. And again, I'm moving further because we just read this at the bottom. I'm moving the page down. This is now at the top. You know, we just looked at useful, satisfactory, admirable. We just looked at that. I'm moving further down now to the first definitions of what is good in the widest sense without other speculation than such as is implied by the nature of the object which the adjective is used to describe. So don't get twisted up in this. They explain it right down here. Of things having inadequate, not inadequate, but having in an adequate degree those properties which a thing of the kind ought to have. So what is good? Of things, it means that you have what you're supposed to have. You have having an adequate degree of those properties, those things, attitudes, abilities, even look, and so on. Your properties, which a thing of the kind ought to have. A dog is supposed to bark. A cat is supposed to purr, or meow, or something like that. That's good. Now, what would be wrong is if the cat is barking and the dog is meowing. That's not fitting. That's not, it's not true. And that's what we need when we say good. It has to be fitting. It got to be right. It got to be your duty. It is a bird's duty to fly. So it's right for birds to fly. It is good for birds to fly. If a bird cannot fly, that's wrong. Again, if a bird cannot fly, that is wrong. According to this, birds are supposed to fly. What does it mean to be good? Having adequate degree of those properties which a thing of its kind ought to have. So if you say, I am hip hop, so you ought to, what are the things you ought to have? What goes with that? You say, I am hip hop. Well, start breaking because you're supposed to. In fact, it's good for you to break because you hip hop. Start rapping. Why? Because I'm hip hop. It's my duty and it's good. It's fitting for me to do this. Okay? So, and again, you go back and look at this. I'm not discussing this down here either, but you can look at this, okay? You could look at this. As a matter of fact, let me just hit you with this because I'm going to go into that as well. In Old English, as in Old Norse and Old High German, these are all codes, and they tell you these codes at the beginning of the book. That's how I know them. In Old English, as in Old that's Scottish, I think it is, in Old High German. I gotta go back and look at that. The opposite of good was regularly expressed by ifo, a yifo, meaning evil. But in Middle English, this was supplanted by ill or bad, the latter of which is now the more general term, bad. So this is where they bring in good and bad, but they're telling you that originally it was good and evil. That was the original, good and evil. And we're going to look at evil and bad because we think evil is evil and we think bad is bad. But when we take a look at these words, we find that they mean something totally different. Here's the word evil in the Oxford English Dictionary. What does it mean to be evil? Here's the etymology. Here's where we start reading. Usually referred to the root of up, comma, over. On this view, the primary sense would be either exceeding due measure or overstepping proper limits. That's what it means to be evil. To go outside of your limit, to be outside of the bounds, beyond the pale. That's the original of evil, to be up and over evil. And I want you to remember up, comma, over, because that also is the definition of super. To be super. We're going to get into that later within this lesson. But I want you to focus on up, over, and I want you to focus on exceeding due measure or overstepping proper limits. So what does it mean to be evil? It means that you can't discipline yourself. Because what is discipline? I'm within my proper limits. I am within my sphere. I am good. I'm in my duty. I am where I am is fitting. I'm supposed to be here. What is evil? Stepping out of that. Stepping out. I want to be over here. I know I'm a dog, but I want to go in the cat world. That's evil, according to this definition. To overstep your boundaries. And I would add discipline to this because that's what temptation tries to get you to do. Temptation tries to get you outside of your duty, outside of your good, outside of what's fitting to something else, overstepping your proper limits, reaching. Okay, that's evil. Okay, what is evil? A, the antithesis of good, the opposite of good. Okay. In all its principal sense, the opposite of good is evil. So wait a minute, what is good? You see, because I want to put this in perspective here. We just look, go back. What is good? Good in the most general adjective, commendation, implying the existence of a high or at least satisfactory degree of characteristic qualities which are either admirable in themselves or useful to some purpose. So the opposite of this, okay, the opposite of satisfactory, the opposite of satisfactory degree of characteristics, qualities which are either admirable, the characteristics that you put out that are not admirable in themselves, the character that you put out that is not useful, that's called evil. The opposite of good. So come back to hip hop. If we know hip hop is breaking, MCing, graffiti, or DJing, beatboxing, street fashion, street language, street knowledge, and street entrepreneurialism, we know that this is what hip hop is. If you go outside of those proper limits, you're being evil. If you're trying to make hip hop more than what it is, and I'm not saying expand it or further develop it, we gotta do that. I'm talking about people just doing anything and saying that's hip hop. And you know our limits are breaking, MCing, graffiti, or DJing as a core four. You know these are our limits. But then you're gonna say, you know, it's whatever I think it is. That means you're going outside the limits of hip hop. Why? Because we don't want to be limited. We don't want rules. We don't want laws. We don't want to follow nothing. We don't want nobody telling us nothing. We don't want, you know, all that's evil. All of that is evil. Up, over, reaching, going beyond your just due. Like greed. Like greed. Come down here. What is evil? Bad in a positive sense. And that's how Oxford English speaks, that it is bad in that sense. Evil is bad. They say in a positive sense. I'll get back to that in a minute when we look at bad. 1, morally depraved, bad, wicked, vicious. Also applied to persons. It's obsolete. Now, look at this. Morally depraved, bad, wicked, and vicious. Okay? And that's what it means, and it used to be applied to people. Like the definition used to be applied to people. Now, it's still applied to people. Evil is still applied to people. But take a look at the Oxford English Dictionary. They're dealing with old definitions. Okay? Old definitions. Morally depraved. That means you have no sense of right and wrong. This is different from knowing what's right and doing wrong. Knowing your duty and neglecting it. This is different from that. This is morally depraved. You don't even know what right and wrong is. You just do it. I'm just out. I don't know what's right. I don't know what's wrong, and I don't even care. You're morally depraved. That's bad, wicked, and vicious. Here's bad. Now, bad is interesting, okay? Middle English, bade, appears in the end of the 13th century, rare to the end of the 4th century, see below. We're going to read that. Regularly compared, badder, baddest from the 14th to the 18th century through Shakespeare. Shakespeare got something going on here. Modern substitutes, worse, worst, taken over from evil, ill, after bad came to be evil. It came to be evil, and we saw that. They told us about that in the evil etymology, how evil became associated with bad. It wasn't originally, but over some time, evil became associated with bad. And why is that? We get a definition down here, how evil, to mean reaching, going outside your boundaries, became associated with bad. Because as we read, Professor Zupita, with great probability, sees in bad day, this is the original 2-syllable bad day, where bad comes from, the Middle English representative of Old English badel. And then they have Homo and you know, this is the Greek on it. And I'm not even going to try to read this, but it brings it over here, right? Look at it says, doubtless, like Greek, this is the Greek, and the derivative badling, effeminate fellow, womanish man, applied contemptuously, assuming a later adjective of use as in, and these are the other words, you know, yearning, wrecker, a loss of this. And so I'm going to leave this up here for you. If you want to study it, go ahead and look at that. It's not my point of view. Here's my point of view. I'm going to bring you down here as well, but I want to come back up here. What's the original etymology of the word bad? It is effeminate fellow, womanish man, basically a gay person, homosexual person, in English society, that's bad. And it was associated with evil because to be a person, you know, they say you're a man, but you're acting womanish, you're acting effeminate. This is. So they say you're overstepping what man is. You're outside of man. You're reaching out of man. If you're a man, and woman, if you're a woman, you know, you're not being the limit that the church has put on you. And that's really where the limit came from, because before the church, people didn't care whether you were gay, this, that, and the other. It didn't really matter. There's also theories that the first humans were actually hermaphrodites, meaning men and women at the same time. So it's really, when you look at this, you have to know who's writing, and that's why I said these crosses and Christians and all this stuff, they're the ones that are actually, you know, sanitizing and making the English language into what they think reality should be. And this is old English. You're dealing with the old church too, and everything they was trying to do to the English and the Irish people at the time, really all of Europe on another level. So take a look. Bad. What's the original etymology of bad? That you was gay. And you got to see who's writing this. Because look, they put it in the definition. So you say, this is a fact. And it is. But a philosopher doesn't just rely here. You got to go further. You got to read 2-3 different books. So we're starting here because this is the ABC of it. This is the elementary level. I'm just introducing this to you now. Because as hip hop, we got to know when someone says that's bad, you can say, what's gay about it? They probably know, what the hell are you talking about? And you haven't been to the class. They don't even know. But here, we talking about right here. What does it mean, bad? Well, this is the first definition of it. Or should I say, this is the etymology of the word. This is part of the etymology of the word bad, the history of the word. Bring yourself down here, though. The etymology of mad, earlier, okay, is comparing it now, coming over here, forced, okay? Look, it says, see, Amat would refer bade to Old English, and it is this. What is that? Forced, oppressed. What is bad? Oppression. What is bad? Forced. You see, imperialism and colonialism, kidnap and slavery is bad. Why? Because you're being forced and oppressed. In fact, take a look at this. Forced, oppressed, with a sense development parallel, the same, parallel to that of the Latin captivus, taken by force, enslaved, captive. That's bad. Black people always walking around saying, yo, that's bad. Yo, that was a bad brother. When we say this, that's a bad bitch. Well, here's the truth. Okay, well, that's the truth. Here's a fact. Okay, here's the facts right here. What does it mean to be bad? Bad is forced, oppressed, okay, taken by force, enslaved, captive. That's bad. So now, if this is what's happening to you, you can say right away, this oppression is actually bad, which is associated with evil. And why do you need to know that? Because you need to ask yourself, who am I oppressing? If you are a philosopher, you don't want to be bad. You don't want to be evil. You don't want to be wrong if you're a philosopher. So you ask yourself, now that I know the definition of bad, or I'm sorry, now that I know the etymology of the word bad, the definition's down here, but the etymology of the word bad, I'm trying to avoid this. I'm trying to avoid this. Why would I call somebody bad if they're not gay? And then on top of that, I mean, that's a little harsh too, because I'm only going by what these people are saying bad is on that level, but these are the facts. This is what they put in their books. And this is why we got to be clear with it. You got to know the truth. You got to walk with the truth on your heart, because they'll tell you, oh, this is what bad is, and you'll walk around with that. And then you come down here. After this, we come down here. What is bad? Oppression, kidnap, rape, theft, murder, some slavery. Okay, that's what's bad. Taken by force, enslaved, captive. That's bad. Who are you enslaving? Who are you bad to? Who do you oppress? Who are you trying to hold back if you are? You want to avoid that. You don't look at the word bad just as though it's bad. You got to apply that to yourself like you apply good. How do you know you're good? Because I'm doing my duty. How do you know you're good? Because what is happening is fitting for me. I'm where I'm supposed to be, and I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm good. What is bad? Bad ain't even got to do with good. They told you that it's good and evil. But bad became associated with evil because of what I explained to you. Look at the definition in a privative sense, not good. What is bad? Not good. Okay? Of defective quality or worth. As a matter of fact, let me say this real quick. If bad means not good, okay, and bad means captive, taken by force, enslaved, captive. It even says miserable, wretched, despicable, worthless. This is how they spoke to slaves. And not slaves. This is how they spoke to human beings that they called slaves. This is their definitions, and I'm showing you this is what's called institutional colonialism. Okay? This is when colonialism becomes institutionalized. And they're telling you this is what it is. So, not good. So I'm saying, if to be bad means not good, then good means the opposite of all it is. What does it mean to be good? I'm not being forced. That means I'm at ease. What is good? I'm not oppressed. What is good? I'm not a captive. What is good? I'm not taken by force. What is good? I'm not enslaved. What is good? I'm not miserable, wretched, despicable, and I damn sure ain't worthless. This is why you want to know the definition of bad, so that you can know the true definition of good. What is good? And what is bad? What is bad? One, of defective quality or worth, of no good, below par, poor, worthless, wretched, miserable, that one does not think much of or anything of. You know, I don't think much of that. Okay, that's bad. I don't think much of it because it's bad. Or if you don't think much about something, it's labeled bad. Okay, below par, poor, worthless. That's bad. So what is good? Good says of defective quality or worth. Not defective. Good is effective quality and worth. To be good, okay? Good, above par, not below par, not even on par. Where is it good? Above par. Rich, not poor. It's good. Rich is good. Worthless, no, worthy. That's good. Not wretched, not miserable, happy. All that's good. And it says that one does not think much of. What is good? That people think much of you. Your reputation. The upkeep of your name. That's good. These are the good. This is what you look for when you look for good. When you look for what's right. When you look for these things. This is where we at. This is where we at. So here we have metaphysics. And I want you to see this little piece right here. The works after the physics. Ta meta ta fusika. That's fusika. the works after the physics. What is metaphysics? Well, meta means beyond, and after. Physics is science. So the after science, the after physics, meta and physics. The title applied at least from the 1st century AD to the 13 books of Aristotle dealing with the questions of first philosophy or ontology. Ontology is the study of being, of ultimate being. It's where you study God, the nature of human, even the nature of reality itself. That's ontology. And first philosophy is what was called metaphysics. Metaphysics deals with first causes. It deals with the separation between appearance and cause, or something that appear like, we see something happening. Metaphysics wants to know how it happened, and is what we're seeing actually happening? Is that what we're seeing? We saw this happen, but is it really true what we're seeing? I want to blow this part up real quick to you as well. This title doubtless originally referred, as some of the early commentators state, to the position which the books, Aristotle's 13 books, the position which the books so designated occupied in the received arrangement of Aristotle's writings. That was the 13 books. This, ta-fusika, being used to signify not the particular treatise, so-called, but the whole collection of treatises, writings, related to matters of natural science. So here we have this word again, natural science, and you see how it comes full circle. What are the three principles of philosophy? Natural science, morals or ethics, and now metaphysics. But we can see that metaphysics originally was applied to Aristotle's writings on natural science. It was, however, from an earlier period used as a name for the branch of study treated in these books. There was a branch of study that dealt with Aristotle was dealing. So they said they're going to name this metaphysics or tafusika books, these books, and hence came to be misinterpreted. You see the word? Let me read this one more time. It was, however, from an earlier period used as a name for the branch of study treated in these books. Metaphysics used to be, natural science used to be called metaphysics. Or Aristotle's natural science used to be called metaphysics. And hence came to be misinterpreted as meaning the science of things transcending what is physical or natural. That's a misinterpretation, according to these people. This misinterpretation is found, though rarely, in Greek writers, notwithstanding the fact that meta does not admit of any such sense as beyond. Now remember, I just told you meta means beyond. Because look what I just said. Meta means, everyone knows that meta means beyond. Everyone knows that meta means after. They telling you, no, that's wrong. Here. And we're going to get deep into this, because this is philosophy. Okay? Now remember, I just told you that meta, and you can look it up. Okay? But the Oxford English is telling you the deeper part of this. Okay? This is the deeper piece to this very word right here. Okay? This misinterpretation this misinterpretation is found, though rarely, in Greek writers, notwithstanding the fact that meta does not admit any such sense as beyond or transcending. In scholastic Latin, writers, the era was generally, in scholastic Latin writers, the era was being helped perhaps by the known equivalence of the prefixes meta and trans in various compounds, and English, its influence is seen in the custom frequent down to the 17th century of explaining metaphysical by words like supernatural, transnatural, etc. So what they're trying to say here is that the way in which we are using the word metaphysics as meaning after physics, beyond physics, is incorrect. That's what Oxford English is saying. But now let's come here to the ideas of the great philosophers. Okay, book. The term metaphysics is derived from the Greek metaphysica, meaning after or beyond physical nature. Stop. What's true? What's real? The Oxford English just told us. That's a misinterpretation of metaphysics, and it's a misinterpretation because, there's a guy named Andronicus of Rhodes, who was the actual scholar that was putting together Aristotle's works. And it was him, they suggest, that actually named Aristotle's work Metaphysics, because the papers that he was dealing with was after the 13 books. This is another theory, it's another talk, but it's known to philosophers that when he was Andronicus of Rhodes was editing Aristotle's books, he put the 13 together, and then Aristotle had some writings on the side that he gathered together and called the after physics. So remember, Aristotle was dealing with natural science, physics. And then there was these group of writings that was still dealing with physics, but Andronicus of Rhodes called them the after physics because they came after Aristotle's 13 books. So this became the after physics. But the etymology of the word meta, the Oxford English says, it has nothing to do with beyond, after, or transcending. But when you deal with regular philosophy, cultural, when I say the cultural aspects of philosophy, meaning now we're talking about what the culture believes philosophy is. Forget the literal text. We're now going to show you what philosophers, how they approach metaphysics. And I'm showing you this to show you the contrast between the two. This is what this is what philosophy is all about, that balance. Do you know right from wrong? Do you know good from evil? Do you understand reality versus fantasy? What is real versus what is fake? This is the job of the philosopher. This is what real wisdom is all about. Being able to make a decision. Being able to make the right decision. That's what wisdom is all about. Read this with me real quick. The term metaphysics is derived from the Greek metaphysica, meaning after or beyond physical nature. Metaphysics refers to the study of ultimate reality, that is, the study of what transcends, and they just said, metaphysics doesn't mean any of this, but I'm just showing you, okay, the study of what transcends physical things. Objects which manifest themselves to the senses are phenomenal. Got that? Things that hit your senses are called phenomenal. Consequently, philosophers distinguish between phenomenal existence, the object as it appears to your senses, and metaphysical reality, the object as it truly or ultimately is. Do you get this? This is metaphysics. We know it's hitting our senses, but we want to know what it really is beyond the senses. That's why I showed you those pictures at the beginning. Philosophy is trying to go past the five senses and deal with truth. Philosophy does not believe that the five senses is true or is telling you what truth is. So philosophy is trying to go past that, okay? And especially metaphysics. I mean, we're dealing here with metaphysics. For example, a glass of water appears to be fluid, wet, and colorless. But in reality, it consists of 2 parts hydrogen to 1 part oxygen. The real water, the 2 atoms of hydrogen and 1 atom of oxygen, is not apparent to the senses, which picture water as fluid, wet, and colorless, while the phenomenal it is to your senses, it is wet, colorless, and fluid. Metaphysics studies this relationship between reality and appearance. What's real and what is appearing to be real, in an effort to describe the fundamental nature of the universe. Okay, this is just the blown up version of. Matter of fact, let me leave that up on the screen in case you want to take a shot of that real quick. Moving on. So here's the American Heritage Dictionary, the word philosophy, the study of the nature, causes, or principles of reality, knowledge, or values based on logical reasoning. A system of thought based on or involving such study, that the philosophy of Hume, so as an example, European philosopher. The study of the theoretical underpinnings of a particular field or discipline, the philosophy of history, the philosophy of hip hop. An underlying theory or set of ideas related to a particular field of activity or to life as a whole. Philosophy. What is your philosophy? What are your ideas? What is your philosophy? What is your particular field of activity? What is philosophy? What is your life as a whole? What is the meaning of life as a whole, or the meaning of your life as a whole? Philosophos, lover of wisdom. Philosopher, see philosopher. Here's philosopher. What is a philosopher? A student of or specialist in philosophy. A person who lives and thinks according to a particular philosophy. A person who is calm and rational under any circumstances. And and that's funny that they put that in there like that. I come across those definitions a few times when I look at the definition of philosopher. And it's like the definition of a philosopher is actually a person who is calm and rational under any circumstance. So imagine the first philosophers, okay, the first philosophers were wise and they made the right decisions. They knew good, they knew bad, they knew good and evil, they knew right from wrong. The first philosophers. And they say that those first people, a person who is calm and rational under any circumstance, even slavery. Even some strange light-skinned people on your beach with big boats and dogs and guns, and imagine having to stay calm in front of the person you know is coming to steal all your stuff, and you just ran into them. Just, oh, here we go, they right there. You got to stay calm. While they putting chains on you, the dog biting, you got to stay calm. We talked about Dr. King last week, and this is the ultimate philosopher. Look at what a person who is calm and rational under any circumstances. That's a discipline. That's not even a study. That's an attitude about life. Oxford English again. And by the way, we was looking at the American Heritage Dictionary. Those definitions are from American Heritage. Back to the Oxford English. What is a philosopher? Here's now the etymologies. Okay, goes down. Okay, this is what it is. Right here, let me blow this up for you. Let me bring this piece up right here. What is a philosopher? A lover of wisdom. One who devotes himself to the search of fundamental truth. One versed in philosophy or engaged in its study, formally in a wide sense, including men learned in physical science, physics, physicists, scientists, naturalists, as well as those versed in the metaphysical and moral sciences. You see how they got it? They got to go. They say, what is a philosopher? A philosopher is a scientist, a physicist, a naturalist, as well as those versed in metaphysical and moral sciences, but now chiefly confined to the latter. Also, with defining word as moral philosopher, political philosopher, natural philosopher, hip-hop philosopher. Now look at this definition of the philosopher real quick. I want you to see that the philosopher is a scientist with morals. I'll say it again. Because in the American society today, You hear people say, I'm relying on the science. We're going to rely on the science. It's science, science, science. That's the new God, science. Nobody talking about God. Nobody talking about faith no more. Nobody talking about soul, spirit. No, we're going to rely on the science. Well, that's cool. But science without morals turns into the eugenics program. Science without morals gives you 3/5 of a human in the Constitution. Science without morals brings race. The different, chopping people up based on you're red, you're yellow, you're brown, you're black, and you're white. Those are scientific theories. But without morals, without knowing a sense of good, evil, right, without knowing these things, you create all types of craziness with science. And that's why the original science was also coupled with God. It was also coupled with a character that was able to withstand science. You devote yourself to nature by submitting to nature. You don't devote yourself to nature to control. I want to know nature so I can control nature to my way. That's how science started. And I'm not dissing science because I'm a scientist. But I also know, without that moral piece, science can create an atomic bomb. Here's wisdom. Wisdom. What's interesting about wisdom, because what is philosophy? The love of wisdom. So here's wisdom. And what's interesting within the definition of wisdom is wizard, witchcraft. Okay, this is in the etymology of wisdom. Okay, here's wisdom. Okay, and we're gonna get back to those in a minute. I'm gonna run through this. Wisdom. Here's all it is. Da 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 da. Okay, now come on down here. Matter of fact, well, let me read this piece first, and then I'll flip it over. Here, okay, wise and dome. The quality or character of being wise. It didn't say the study. It said the quality or character of being wise. What is wisdom? Wisdom is the character of being wise. So in other words, the person who is being wise is actually being wisdom. One, what is wisdom? Capacity of judging rightly in matters relating to life and conduct. Soundness of judgment in the choice of means and ends. Sometimes less strictly, sound sense. Especially in practical affairs. The opposite to folly. Stupidity. When you turn on the TV and you see rappers acting unwise. You see? And keep in mind, this is surface. Okay? Some of you may be listening to me right now and say, I learned this in college. And the reason I bring this up is because the executives at these corporations, they know this. They know this. They know what is good and what is evil. They know what is unwise. So they allow us to act this way while they take advantage of wisdom, unity, good. Hand us bad, evil, telling us, encouraging us to be evil, to step outside of what our ancestors already put on us, to step outside of our hip-hop culture, to step outside of what we know is good. They're encouraging us and encouraging our young people to act like this, to act unwise. And when you act unwise, you can't make the right choices. What is wisdom? Making the right choices. What is wisdom? Soundness of judgment in the choice of means and ends. Where you know, if I do this, I'm going to be hurt let's not do it. If I do this, I'm going to be right. I'm going to be good. Let's do it. Can you make the right choices? This is wisdom. This is what wisdom is. It's not about I'm wise because, I don't know what people think wise is. You know, I'm wise because I'm experienced. No, that's not what wisdom is. Wisdom is all about making the right decisions. And if you're not wise, you can't make the right decisions. Or if you don't make the right decisions, you're not being wise. Here's wise. Wise. Okay? This is wise. Here's the definition. Having or exercising sound judgment or discernment, capable of judging truly concerning what is right or fitting and disposed to act accordingly. Okay, I'm going to read that one again. Having the ability to perceive and adopt the best means for accomplishing an end, characterized by good sense and prudence, the opposite to foolish. The opposite to foolish. So, when our children are being portrayed on television every day, opposite to making the right decision, they're making us look like fools. They're making us foolish. They're making hip-hop look foolish. Like as if hip-hop can't make the right choices. We'd rather be hoes and whores than queens and princesses. We'd rather be criminals and gangsters rather than teachers and philosophers. And they don't want you to hear the teacher. They don't want you to hear the philosopher because the philosopher and the teacher don't make money for them. We make money for ourselves, but not for them. What makes money for them is young black, Latino, and what? Really just youth acting foolish. And that's what we see. People with stacks of money to their ear. Okay, I know it's entertainment, but it's foolish. If you really just want to look at what it is in truth, it's foolish. They're not making the right decision. They're not making the right decision for hip-hop, and they're not making the right decision for themselves. They're being foolish. This is not a criticism. This is not me dissing somebody's style or saying I'm all this and they ain't nothing. Nope. Maintain your maturity. We're dealing with real knowledge here. We're dealing with real knowledge, and you gotta know what is right and what is wrong. You gotta know what is wise and what is foolish. Now I want to bring you back over here real quick. Having or exercising sound judgment or discernment, capable of judging truly concerning what is right or fitting, and here's the big piece, and disposed to act. Act accordingly. Okay? You know what's right, you know what's fitting, and you are disposed. I know it's right, so I got to act accordingly. Not just know it, but it is wise to act on what you know is right. That's wise. Having the ability to perceive and adopt the best means for accomplishing an end. That's what it means to be wise. At the bottom it says, see wise man. Okay, this is a blow-up of it real quick. We just saw this. We just read through all of this. I'm bringing you here now. See wise man. Matter of fact, let me leave this up for those that want to get that definition of wisdom. Take a shot at the screen. Moving on. What is wisdom? Or better fact, I'm moving on to wise man. This is another part of wisdom, but you can see it's obsolete, meaning skillfully, cleverly, ingenious, kind of. That's a whole different thing. Bring yourself down here to wise man. That was the part here. Let me bring you back. See here. See also wise man 1. We're talking about the definition of wise. Okay, wise man, formerly often as one word or with hyphen, confers a surname Wiseman. 1. A man who is wise. A man of good judgment, or discernment. A discreet or prudent man. Okay? The wise man is, this is what the wise man is. A man who is wise, a man of good judgment or discernment, a discreet or prudent man, often opposed to fool. Okay? So, do you know what wise is, and do you know what a fool is? You don't want to be a fool. You don't want to walk around foolish. You want to walk around wise, able to discern, able to make the right decision at the right time, the best way. How are we going to get to where we going? This is the best way to do it. The ability to do that is called wisdom. Here's wise woman. For the general sense, a woman who is wise. See wise one, we saw that. One, a woman skilled in magic or hidden art. See how they do women right there? Look at that, I'm gonna bring you back, okay? The wise man is a man who is wise. So why isn't a wise woman a woman who is wise? A man of good judgment or discernment. So it will be a woman of good judgment and discernment. A woman who is discreet or prudent. A woman who is opposed to, she's opposite of a fool. No, that's not what it is. Wise woman is a specific. A woman skilled in magic or hidden arts. A female magician, soothsayer, etc. A witch. Sorceress. Especially a harmless or beneficent one who deals in charms against disease, misfortune, or malignant witchcraft, or bad witchcraft, evil witchcraft. Okay, that's what they're trying to tell you right here. Now, I told you before, why is the woman? You see, let me go back a little bit here. Okay, you see, wise man. Okay, wise man is a man who is wise. So a wise woman would be the same thing. Wise man is a man of good judgment or discernment, a discreet or prudent man. So that would be the woman as well. But as we get to the definition of wise woman, we see all this. A woman skilled in magic or hidden arts, a female magician, soothsayer, a witch. Now, in our generation, we say, oh, a witch. You immediately think of, you start getting some negative thought in your mind. You start thinking, a witch, a sorceress. But they're telling you, the original wise woman, who was called a witch and a sorcerer, she was curing disease. She was getting you out of misfortune. She was taking that evil witchcraft off you. That was the wise woman. And keep in mind that the wise woman, so he says here, look at the etymology from 1552, wise woman that telleth fortune. The first wise women were Africans. The first wise women were the so-called slaves or captives that were brought into Europe, brought into England. And they brought their charms with them. They brought their magic with them. And a lot of Europeans benefited. Kings, queens. Imagine being able to tell the future, and the king knows that. These women had power. This is what the Kandake became in England and Europe. The Kandake was the queen mother of Africa. And she wasn't just a military or political figure. She was a soothsayer, a magician. She was a prophetess. She was a sorceress. She was able to do things outside of nature. She was above nature. She was above man or human. She was outside of that. And so check out the wise woman. This is the original wise woman. Okay, here she is making something. And this picture is so great because it's showing you how ancient Africa used to do it. This is hip hop. This is where our culture comes from, ancient Africa. And these people, notice women here, African women, okay, bare-breasted women, nobody looking at them with any lust or anything. This was just our culture. Breasts were no big deal. But you get here to the United States, and all of a sudden, this looks like a sexual thing to your mind. And I'm not saying it does, I'm just saying in a general sense, most people, immature, can't really look at the original African philosophers because they walked around naked, most of them. They didn't need nothing. They had everything and knew everything and was able to make the right choices in a split second. She's crunching down herbs and making something for you to see the future. Okay? She making something to heal. Okay? Take a look. Look at the kids around. Look at all the mothers standing around Queen Mother. That's the Kandake. That's Queen Mother. In English and European culture, she's called the wise woman now. A witch, a sorcerer. This is Africa. We're going deeper into philosophy. Why am I talking about this? Because these are the first philosophers. These are the first philosophers. They don't look like philosophers, do they? But the very first philosophers don't come out of Greece. The very first philosophers come out of Africa. The people that built this are the first philosophers. And even before them, because this took many, many thousands of years to evolve to. So you got to consider, they tell us all the time, Greek philosophy, Greek philosophy, Greek philosophy. But if you do philosophy on philosophy, you find that Greek is the appearance. The original cause is Africa. And here we have our pyramids. These are African structures, don't get it twisted. Black African people made those structures. These are the first philosophers. But then here comes Greece with a copy. I put this specifically. See how they see the pyramid? They copy it. Okay? Here comes Greece. The first philosophers are Africans who can make wise decisions. The first philosophers are Africans who were living right. They called them the blameless Ethiopians. Blameless. Then we got this. What? How does he get the whole? This is Africa. Okay? But when Greece comes in as the colonists, as the war machine, they hit the philosophers. Philosophers are not warriors. We know how to fight, but we also know karma. We also know that what we do to others is going to come back to us too. We know to stay calm in all situations. So here comes now the thief. And the thief is invading Africa and copying everything that is African. Everything. This is Pythagoras, or at least an image of Pythagoras. Everything about this dude is stolen from Africa. And I say that respectfully. I'm not dissing. It's the truth. This is an African object. So is the lyre down here. Artwork. This is agriculture. All that's out of Africa. Okay? The very clothes he's wearing, African. This pillar, this is Imhotep back here. Okay? This pyramid, what is called the Pythagorean theorem. This here. Let me give you that. Okay? Pythagorean theory. The Pythagoras is credited with inventing the word philosopher, stating, quote, "No man but only God is wise. Call me rather a philosopher, a lover of wisdom." Now, most people, when they see this, they say, oh, right, he's saying God is wise. But remember that in Pythagoras' time, the gods were black people. There was no God in the sky. The gods were the ancestors of those that built them pyramids. That was the gods. The original gods were a people. You see, you're going to have to wrap your head around that. Because some of us are now walking with the God gene, as Rizza says, the God particle. We're walking around with the God particle on us, regardless of race. Because we're all intermarried now. We're all sharing blood now. We're all together. And this is what the ancients wanted. They wanted us, they put their blood into humanity. This is where we get the idea of the Da Vinci Code and the blood of Christ and all of these type of things. These are allegories for the original philosophers, the first gods. The first gods were not some fantasy. They were regular people with knowledge. They were regular people with knowledge beyond the average person. This is your God. This is Pythagoras. I'm going to leave this up so you can take a look at it. I'm not really dealing with Pythagoras. We got to keep going further. I just wanted to show you the theft. Okay? Pythagorean theorem, that's this thing down here. Bring that up. That's this right here. I was talking to a mathematician, actually Zizwe's son, Professor Z's son, was talking to him. He was breaking this down for me, and he was saying that the Pythagorean theorem, he was saying that this, and this are the same. That's the point to the theorem. If you understand this, this here, that all of these squares, although they look different, they're actually mathematically the same when they, this is actually how you build houses, they would say. This is actually how you would build a house if you understand this. I'm not going to get into this right now. I'm leaving it up for you to take a look at it. This is the Pythagorean theorem. You should look this up and read more on it. It takes more time for me to explain it correctly here. I'm not dealing with him on that level. Look it up for yourself, Pythagorean theorem. I want you to look here. Okay, look at what I'm doing. You see here, he's holding a pyramid. I'm putting a pyramid right there. That's Africa. What he is really holding. See, somebody else would look at this and can't make the judgment. They say, oh, it's Pythagoras, and he came up with pyramid mathematics. He came up with the Pythagorean theorem. He is the reason. You look at the Pythagorean theorem. A2 plus B2 equals C2. A, B equals C. These two can go into this. And like I said, I'm not going to deal with that. But if you know what this is, you build this. This is what you're building. Pyramids. Let's throw that up. Let's get this up. This is what you're building. So keep in mind that although they're trying to say this is the Pythagorean theorem, we can clearly see with physical evidence on the ground that they're lying. This ain't no Pythagorean theorem. This is African theorem. Okay? This is first. Then you get all these other images and these people holding up pyramids. These people didn't need to have no holding up no pyramid. They did it for real. They had to understand something beyond the Pythagorean theorem. He probably had some kindergarten knowledge, and that's what we get. Those that built this had a vast knowledge. These are black Africans too. That's what this is. The blood and the inspiration that built this is the blood and the inspiration that flows through hip-hop. Straight up. These are the same people. Hip-hop is descendant of those who are oppressed, those who are invaded, those who are purposely kept down even to this very day. Our ancestors built this. The people that built this were hip-hop. I know everybody like to take credit for the pyramids. Everybody say their ancestors built the pyramids. But they don't want to get down to the real historical fact that the people that built those pyramids are the same people who were captured, enslaved, dispersed. Why? Because they didn't fight back. They weren't on that. They are philosophers. They were calm under pressure. They went along with it. Whatever you want to do, let's go. That's the philosopher mind. I'm wise. I can make a split-second decision. This guy wants to kill me and my family and enslave my children. Let me go to him first and offer myself. Let me cool this situation out. But if you let Hollywood tell it, they'll tell you that black folk were just sitting there getting whipped and abused by white people that had no power. That's a lie. Those who build this, they have an inner strength. And those who are attracted to hip-hop come from this. come from this. We ain't the only ones. All kinds of people were involved in the building of this. We were part of that. We were part of that. We are the direct descendants of those that would be captured later. We're the direct descendants. It's a little blurry picture I found, but I love the picture because it's the closest representation to the people who really built them pyramids. Afros. This is the closest that I can get in that sense. This is what it became. Here's the original. Here's the originals. Okay, they building this. Okay, them black folk in Africa already know the Pythagorean theorem, and they're building that. Now we come to this. Here's what you get. All of this got switched. This is why I said at the beginning, if you really want to study philosophy in its true sense, take all, and I mean all, every European, any philosopher, including Africa and Asia and Arab, any philosopher that is part of a society like loyal to the society of colonists and imperialists cannot be called a philosopher. Cannot. They're going against the rules of what philosophy is. Take a look. This is plagiarism. This is straight lying. The Greeks were never like this. I mean, take a look. These are exaggerated bodies. Look at the muscular body. The Greeks never looked like this. Never. Okay? This is what we think a philosopher looks like. Old man with a beard. He's sitting with books and a candle burning and la 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 la. All lies. All lies. These are photos, okay? These are not photos. These are pictures, depictions of what they want you to believe a philosopher is. But hear now the truth. That is the first philosopher. This is the first philosopher. This. Homo hip-hopiensis. The hip-hopian. The first philosopher. This is the person. These are the people who are the first philosophers. You're never going to see them. Well, you've seen them now. We're going to talk more about these people as the weeks go on. We get into paleoanthropology. But right now, I want you to see the face of the true philosophers, the first people to know right from wrong. Moving on, take a look at them. I put this picture up here because I want you to see the real and the stylized versions of these people so you can get your eye right. Real and stylized. Check out these women right here. Beautiful sisters right here. Take a look at them. Look at the hair. Look at the hair. Okay, I want you to come back. Look at the hair. Look at the hair. Okay? These are philosophers. These are the philosophers. If you could get your mind, jar your mind off the European colonialism and imperialism and get with the truth. The first humans to make the right decisions for survival are black folk. Africans like these. Take a look at the hair, take a look, and take a look. This is the stylized version of these real women. Of course, these are ancient Egyptians, but that's what ancient Egyptians were really like. These are pictures, depictions, like we draw graffiti. This is them, but the real was this. They were studying this. This is a picture of the universe I got up here right now. They're studying this. These women are studying this. And they're teaching it to their kids. And their kids are growing up as men. And they're studying. They're like, wait a minute. What do you mean? What's going on? This is the first philosopher. This is the first philosopher studying this. This is the beginning of agriculture. This is the beginning of the universe actually speaking to you. We don't know this language. They took it with them when Christopher Columbus came in. Not just 1492, go all the way back to when the first philosophers were being invaded, and also being invaded by other Africans. You see, keep in mind that what I'm saying to you is that philosophy is not about race, it's about character. And this is why many Greek men and women traveled miles to get to the philosopher. And they received knowledge. And the first generation, second generation, third generation of Greeks, they found enlightenment, built their civilizations, and praised the Africans that taught them the knowledge. It's when you get to the fourth, the fifth, the sixth generation, and people start forgetting who taught who what. And then your children grow up and they're arrogant, and they don't care about nothing. And then the philosophers' children grow up and say, I'm on to something else now. That's that old dad stuff. Dad used to talk about the universe. I don't want to talk about that. I want to. So African children throw away their heritage, and white children forget who taught them their heritage. And now we can get racism. Now the Greeks and the Romans can come in and diss the Africans that gave them their civilization. This right here, back to Africa, we're studying this, y'all. This. Knowledge of the universe is what made these pyramids, is what inspired these pyramids. Knowledge of the universe. This was the original concept of philosophy. It was union with the gods, being able to speak to the gods. These are astronomers. Look at the little hut, look at her, look at him. See, they're not going to show you, they're going to say, oh, these are just primitives. Oh, they're just Africans. Tell that to the Dogon, who, without a telescope or anything, can tell you about, they can tell you about suns. You know, you see the sun in the sky? They can tell you about suns that are after the sun. Stars that are bigger than our sun, that are behind the sun. The Dogon was already explaining that they see the sun, they said there's another sun behind that, and one behind that, and there's planets all over, and there's no telescope, nothing. They had a whole different way of communicating to the universe that even today, so-called scientists have no idea how they know this knowledge. They have no idea, and the Dogon ain't telling them either. The first humans are the first philosophers. That's what I'm trying to get through your head right now. The first humans are the first philosophers. They look like this dude. They were not Greeks. The first humans are the first philosophers. I call this guy Homo hip-hopiensis, original man, right here. And he was an artist, drawing his friends on the wall. The first humans are the first philosophers. These first humans are not only philosophers, lovers of wisdom and virtuous living. They are also artists, weavers, dancers, and singers. All of these attributes coincide with the very first philosophers, the very first wise men and women, appearing some 190,000 years ago. These ancient and wise beings are often called Homo sapiens, literally meaning wise man, or Homo meaning man, and sapient meaning wise. Wise man. Now, do you see the code? They keep the knowledge from us by calling our ancestors Homo sapiens. So we say, oh, this is some medical scientific term, Homo sapiens. But when you really go after the word, Homo means man, sapien means wise. Who are they talking about? A wise man. Who were the first humans? Africans. Who was drawn at 190,000 years ago? Africans. So who were the first philosophers? Africans, and not just Africans, a certain kind of African. A certain kind of African that was wise and able to make choices, decisions. Not all Africans were able to do that. Not all humans can do that. The New Shorter Oxford Dictionary, what does sapient mean? To be sapient, Homo sapiens. To be sapient, or let me just read the whole thing. Sapiens, okay? Wisdom, understanding. Formerly, especially as an attribute of what? Wait a minute. Did they just say that? Sapiens, okay? Wisdom, understanding, formally, especially as an attribute of God. This is what we're getting into now. Because this is what philosophy is all about. Union with God. Having a divine knowledge to communicate with divinity. Sapient. Okay, sapere, having taste, to be sensible or wise. Wise, now, having knowledge of, aware of, okay? And we talked about that a couple of sessions ago, about hip pertaining to awareness. And here we see in the definition of sapient, aware of, to have knowledge of, or to be aware of, okay? That's what it means to be sapient. So we can even say to be sapient is to be hip. Okay, right here. Aware of, that means to be hip. Pertaining to characteristics of modern man. Homo sapiens. Only in Latin, sapiens, a wise man, a sage. So this idea of a grunting animal, Homo sapiens, we got Neanderthals, Homo habilis, Neanderthalensis, and this Homo sapien, a modern human, still hairy, still kind of ape-like, but this is what they're pushing on us. No, the Homo sapiens were not some ape-like people, and they know that. That's why they put it in these books that you're never going to get. These books are hard to find, these books. You got to order them. That's what I'm showing them to you. You should order these books and get them if you can, because this is where they hide the knowledge. They know that Homo sapien means wise man. So why are you depicting ancient humans as these animals grunting and growling when you know you're degrading the image of a wise sage? Sapiens, we go to the Oxford Latin Dictionary. Here's sapiens in Latin, where the word comes from. Sapient, the word sapiens, okay, endowed with a mind, rational, of sound mind, sane. 2, of persons, wise, understanding, having sound judgment. Okay, this is what they want you to think a Homo sapien is. And if you can move your mind past this, you'll see that, okay, let's say that our ancestors look like this. Let's just say this is true as a true depiction of our ancestors. What makes you think this guy is stupid, grunting, growling, an animal man? No, get out of that. This is a Homo sapien. Look at him as he is. Now, I don't agree with this picture at all, but let's just say this is the truth. Then also adjust your mind to say that this is who's reading the stars. This is who's doing agriculture. This is who built the pyramids. This is who developed speech, art, music, handwriting. This. Let's say this is the image. Fix your mind then to say, nope, that's a Homo sapien. This is wise, sound judgment. This is the dude who's making all the right decisions for humanity to survive. Okay? You didn't hear me. He's making all the right decisions for humanity to survive. Often referred to as subhuman and prehistoric, and often depicted as a half-man and half-ape characters, these early humans, our ancestors, left physical evidence that they were just as much human and shared the same basic human desires and needs as any human does today. But if they draw him like this, you dehumanize him in your own mind. Because he don't look like a human. He don't look like a modern day human. So you don't give our ancestors any humanity. You say, well, that's just an ape man. He don't know much. But the anthropologists, paleoanthropologists, they got the real definition to themselves. This is a sage. This is the wise man. Okay? In fact, the early human known to paleoanthropologists as Homo neanderthalensis, or Neanderthal man, is now known to have had a larger brain than that of the so-called modern humans. These so-called subhumans, they still call Neanderthals subhumans, and Neanderthals had bigger brains than humans, okay? So-called modern humans. These so-called subhumans, or hominins, these are the technical names they give these beings, are now known to have buried their dead, played flutes and other musical instruments, made art and cave paintings, healed themselves, built homes for themselves, and could possibly speak. This is fact. This is what they know today. The Neanderthal is running around grunting and growling with a stick in his hand and some half-eaten bird on a stick. That's all racism. Here's the truth. This is what they know. So even if you want to say this is the dude right here, this is the dude who buries his dead. This is the dude who is making flutes and playing them. He playing instruments. He drawing. Okay? They healing themselves. They building homes. So don't let colonialism snatch your mind and make you think, oh, he's just a grunting and growling. And even if this is what he looked like, he still got these attributes. Take a look. So here, and I'm going to go over this in the lessons to come up with paleoanthropology. I'm going to bring this picture back up. But this is what they want you to see. I'm going to talk about this stick. This is called a pail. And it has a lot to do with paleoanthropology. This thing right here. That's why all these ancient people, they always got them with the stick, okay, and burning the meat. But they know that the first humans were not meat eaters. The first humans were agriculturalists. In fact, you can look at the brother's teeth and see that he's eating leaves and nuts and grains. He's not chopping up animals. These are his friends. But because the meat lobby probably paid for this book, you got to see them eating that meat. And it really comes down to that too. It really does come down to that certain companies pay for research, and so they put their company into the scientific research. This is him. They trying to make him look like him. This is who they disrespected. These are the original people. This is what original man would have looked like. This is what Homo hip-hopiensis would have looked like. Not this. We look just like this. The problem, though, he probably would have had a beard. Maybe not. Who knows? But this is what closer to what we would have looked like. Not no half-eight, nothing. They're trying to disrespect this figure with this image. And your eye got to be open enough to really see it. I call this figure Homo hip-hopiensis. Homo meaning man, hip-hopiensis, our ancient ancestor. And remember, we have an ancient ancestor. We don't come from slavery. That's stupidity. We come from ancient cultures that flow through our blood, and we're expressing that culture through what we call hip-hop today. Here's the female Homo hip-hopiensis, man, woman, brother, sister, husband, wife, Kandake, queen, mother, king, father. This is the original, and this is what it's really all about. So we're going to take our first break right now. What have we learned? We learned that philosophy is about wisdom, the pursuit of wisdom, the love of wisdom, wisdom. Wisdom is about being wise, not being foolish, about making the proper decisions, knowing right from wrong, good from evil. This is wisdom. This is what it is. And when you practice this, you're being wise. Your life is lifting up because you're not being foolish about your existence. Let's take our first break. I'll be right back.
Know your potential, know you are a goddess. Worldwide traveling ladies work the hardest. Don't be mad cause we are coming up. It's just ladies' luck. Put your ones up. This time I'm gonna make it, I'm gonna come up. It's my time to shine, don't try to run up. Had my share of failures in the past. This time good times last. See, I'm a queen from the ghetto. taking many jobs, going nowhere, working so hard. Gave that up and quickly made a change. Quick cash, big stash, she let him make it rain. But she knew one day that she would come up, change her life again. She sees the sun up, it's her time to shine. Don't try to run up. Had your share of failures, put your ones up. In life, put your ones up. Say it's alright. See, she's a queen from the ghetto. See, she's a queen from the ghetto. Protect your queendom. When I rise, they always start chasing, backstabbing, throwing shade, over tea debating. Came from the bottom, now we're moving on up. Let's just get these checks, put your ones up. Street life really takes a toll. Young man, peer pressure, gotta play a role. Risk his life each night, packing bowls, taking what's not yours, truth be told. Big dreams, big plans, you gotta get a break. Street life will bite, be careful what you take. Young man, you don't know who you are. One day you could be a star. He said, I will change my life. Say it's alright. See, he's a king from the ghetto. See, he's a king from the ghetto. Hey. Protect your kingdom. When I rise, they always start chasing, backstabbing, throwing shade, over tea debating. Came from the bottom, now we're moving on up. Let's just get these checks, put your ones up. You're gonna know my name, Queen. You're gonna know my name, Queen. When I rise, they always start chasing, backstabbing, throwing shade, over tea debating. Came from the bottom, now we're moving on up. Let's just get these checks, put your ones up.
Welcome back to the Temple of Hip Hop. I am KRS-One. We're talking about philosophy, and we just went through a quick crash course on philosophy, ancient philosophy, and how it applies to hip hop. Now we're going to get a little more in depth with it and find out we're going to go a little more into philosophy and pertain it directly to our culture as we bring this to a close. Now, what I was talking to you about was how the original Africans, the first humans, are the first philosophers. They're the first ones to make the right choices for survival. They're the first ones to know what was wrong so that they could stay within the right for their own survival. It would be years later, centuries even later, that the Greek civilization would rise and begin to copy these wise sages, these black sages that they were seeing. And like I said to you, the Greeks originally were respectful and appreciative of the knowledge in which they got. It's the children, the later generations, that forget all about their humble beginnings and begin to disrespect the ancestors of their own teachers. And then, of course, the ancestors of the original teachers begin to disrespect their own traditions, begin to disregard the ways of the ancients. And this is where you get the talk about being, the word is called degenerate. And you'll notice that Romans and Greeks, this is the word they love to use, and racists today love to use the word degenerate toward black people, especially. And when I did the etymology on that word degenerate, it brought me through the word gene and genius. Not genius as in high IQ or intelligence, but genius in the sense of your genealogy. And the argument was that the Greeks and Romans and others, Arabs as well, they knew about the blameless Ethiopians. They knew about the original gods, human beings with a vast knowledge outside of what was called man. Remember, the word man, that word is applied to everybody that is European, Greek. This is what they are saying humanity is about. But there were gods. And like I quoted Pythagoras early on, where he says, no man, call me, only God is wise, call me a philosopher. We think he's talking about God in the sky. He's talking about real people. The gods are wise. I'm just a lover of wisdom. And this is what is important to understand about philosophy. It's one thing to be wise, and it's another thing to pursue wisdom. That which you pursue, you don't really have. So this is where we get into this piece about Greece. And here now we're going to bring some names to you. This is where the plagiarism begins. Asclepius is really Imhotep. While Zeus is really Amun, Dionysus is really Osiris, Hermes is really Thoth, Hera is really Mut, Apollo is really Heru, Horus and Aphrodite is really Hathor, which is really Isis, which is really Aset or Hest, which is really someone whose real name and legacy is now lost to history. Only the remembered image of the character and contributions of such a primal people remain. This is Stolen Legacy, a famous book by a dude named George G.M. James, and miraculously, right after he wrote this book, he was killed. And so we open the book up, and I'm going to read you this side first and then this side. Let me get into this side. Let me bring it back. We're over here. We're starting over here on this side of the book. Chapter 3. Greek philosophy was the offspring of the Egyptian mystery systems. Straight up. Read it again. Greek philosophy was the offspring of the Egyptian mystery systems. The Egyptian theory of salvation became the purpose of Greek philosophy. The earliest theory of salvation is the Egyptian theory. The Egyptian mystery system had as its most important object the deification of man. This is the difference between the original African philosophy and what it became in the hands of Western colonists and imperialists. This was, original philosophy was the deification of man, man becoming God. And taught that the soul of man, if liberated from its bodily fetters, could enable him to become godlike and see the gods in this life and attain the beatific vision and hold communion with the immortals. This was the purpose of philosophy. This is why you joined the mystery system. This is why you wanted to be right. This is why you disciplined yourself and stayed within your sphere. You didn't want to overstep your boundary and become evil. Going back to Stolen Legacy, this right here, let me just run you through it real quick, actually. Hold on, let me bring you back. Let me run you through this real quick. Plotinus defines this experience. We just read this part about communion with the immortals. Plotinus defines this experience as the liberation of the mind from its finite consciousness. Now, just keep in mind, that animal man I showed you in the first part of our teaching, this is who they're talking about. Okay, Homo sapiens. Okay, early humans, early Africans. This is who they are trying to animalize and subhumanize and distort in your own mind in history. Okay? Plotinus defines this experience, this idea of being deified, experience as the liberation of the mind from its finite consciousness, when it becomes one and is identified with the infinite. This liberation was not only freedom of the soul from bodily impediments, but also from the wheel of reincarnation or rebirth. Where do we hear that? Ain't that Buddhism? It involved a process of disciplines and purification both for the body and the soul. Since the mystery system offered the salvation of the soul, it also placed great emphasis upon its immortality. The Egyptian mystery system, like the modern university, was the center of organized culture. Do you see this? Do you see this? The Egyptian mystery system, like the modern university, was the center of organized culture, and candidates entered it as the leading source of ancient culture. That's why the Temple of Hip Hop exists as the center of hip hop's culture. According to Pikesman, you see the word, I'll leave it up there for you. The Egyptian mysteries had 3 grades of students. One, the mortals, probationary students who were being instructed, but who had not yet experienced the inner vision. And by the way, I used to talk about this all the time. As a matter of fact, you can catch the lecture about the 5th dimension. Some call it the rock star lecture. Actually, the lecture is online now. So I was lecturing somewhere, and a person obviously recorded it and put it on the internet. I guess it opened the minds of a few people as to what their soul, the evidence of their soul was really all about. Well, that's right here. Okay, this was the first lesson that was taught. The mortals, probationary students who were being instructed, but who had not yet experienced the inner vision, the voice that speaks without the mouth, the eyes that can see your past and your future, the ears that can hear without words, that inner vision. 2, the intelligences. This is the second part. One is called the mortals. Then you become the intelligences, those who had attained the inner vision and had received mind or nous. Remember, mind was that inner voice. That's what mind was, that inner voice, the voice that speaks without moving the mouth, the sight that could see with closing these eyes, and you still see your past, your present, your imagination. When you read a book, you hear a voice in your being reading the book, yet your mouth is not moving. This is what is called mind, or what was the original concept of mind, was your inner being. And 3, the creators or sons of light who had become identified with or united with the light, true spiritual consciousness. That's it. You united with the light. How do you get to the light? You have an inner being that's already there. Once you realize that, you now can walk into you're in the light, actually. Going back to the book, I'm opening the book up real quick. We just read this part of it. Let's move over here. Why am I moving over here? Because, like I said to you, philosophy is an attitude. It does not begin with warring civilizations, colonists, imperialists, kidnappers, enslavers. Societies like this don't produce philosophers or philosophy. Only those societies that are at peace with themselves, those societies who have enough to eat, those societies who are so ordered and so right that they have the time to study the stars, the time for weaving and pottery making and food preparation and all this. You have to have time for that. A warring culture has no time for that. That's what Stolen Legacy is bringing up right now. Put your attention right here. It is obvious from a study of the causes and effects of the Peloponnesian Wars, that's some Greek wars, that, 1, or A, the Greek states were envious of each other, and the desire for power and expansion led to constant aggression and warfare amongst themselves. The condition of constant warfare between the city-states was unfavorable for the production of philosophers. Before passing on to consider my next position, I would like to say that it is an accepted truth that the development of philosophical thought requires an environment which is free from disturbances and worries. The period commonly assigned to Greek philosophy, Thales to Aristotle, 320 to 622 BC, was exactly, 320, to 622 BC, was exactly the opposite to one of peace and tranquility, and therefore it could not be expected to produce philosophy. The obstacles against the origin and development of Greek philosophy were not only the frequent civil wars, which they explained them here, Greeks fighting amongst themselves, and the constant defense against Persian aggression, but also the threat of extermination from the Athenian government itself, its worst enemy. So how can how can Athens be the birth of philosophy when the Athenian government will kill any philosopher talking anything other than what the Athenian government was talking, and that government was at war with itself, making the environment unsuitable for a philosopher. This is why Greeks did not create philosophy, nor were they the first philosophers, with all due respect. Africans are the first philosophers. Africa is the land of the first philosophers. There are pockets of places in Africa that are so peaceful that the gods can dwell there. That's what we're dealing with. Here now, the plagiarism. I read this earlier on. Amun is Zeus. Here's the Greek, here's the Egyptian. And I got this too from a museum, out of a book out of a museum, which clearly shows you. Like, look what they did. Mut, African goddess, is Hera, or Juno. And all these figures now are white looking kind of thing, okay? They can't hide Osiris. They gotta make him this. And they usually paint Osiris green. Anything but black, okay? Khonsu, okay, whoever that is, Hercules. Osiris is now Dionysus, okay? Isis, Hathor, is now Demeter, Aphrodite. Ceres, Venus. Horus, her child, is now Apollo. Seth is now Typhon. Neith is now Athena, Minerva. Look at African, these are the first philosophers. And here's how they're being plagiarized. So Greeks took the African image of philosophy and the concept of philosophy, put it on themselves, and then later generations would say, this is ours. We didn't learn nothing from no Africans. This is us. Or we learned from Africans, but we improved upon what they did. This is our stuff now. And this would be the improvement. We had Isis, who was really Hathor, but no, now it's over here. This will be the improvement. It's called plagiarism and theft. Wisdom is a character, not a study or a pursuit. Remember that. Wisdom is a character, not a study or a pursuit. Those that study wisdom do not become wise, just as those that pursue wisdom never retain it. I'm going to leave that up there for you to ponder that for a minute. It's a deep thought, but it's what philosophy is all about. Those that study wisdom do not become wise, just as those that pursue wisdom never retain it. Wisdom begins as a character that knows right from wrong, real from fake, reality from illusion. Wisdom is the character of the wise. It is a moral skill, not a study. You either have it or you don't. Come on now. As we are learning, the very first wise people are the very first self-aware human beings. These are the communities that would go on to establish the very first centers of learning, the very first colleges and universities in the world, as well as the very first libraries and centers of trade. These are who the Greeks and others are learning from. because of this long-standing academic tradition lasting hundreds of years, well after 1492, it was still the image of the wise black person, commonly called Moor in Europe around this time, that was the image that every student in Europe, as late as the 1800s, was encouraged to emulate or copy and surpass the wise black, or the Sophie, wise, black African, Moor. This is where we get the word sophomore from. Sophie Moore. Here's the Oxford English Dictionary bringing up the word sophomore. See sophomore right here? What is a sophomore? A student of the second year at Cambridge. So this sophomore began at Cambridge. This word began at Cambridge. Who was in Cambridge? What is that word? Sophomore. Go back. Sophie Moore. Go back. Read this piece with me real quick right here. The several degrees of persons in the university, this is what a sophomore is. The several degrees of persons in the university colleges. Freshman, Sophie Moores, junior soph, or soph, sophister, and lastly, senior soph. Okay? 1795. The freshman's year being expired, the next distinctive application conferred is a sophomore. Take it in. You see, the original colleges were made by black Africans, not just Arabs, not just Berbers or Moors, you know, the Berber Moors. Not just that. No, black Africans, who everybody's taking credit for their knowledge. Everybody taking credit for what they did. No, the original we can see. The Sophie Moore. And Moore later would be associated with Islam. But the original concept, the people they referring to, first had nothing to do with Islam or any religion other than ancestor worship. And they were also called Moors, okay? Now, I'm not going to get into the Moors here. It's not our discussion. But I want you to see the word sophomore, Sophie Moore. This is what this word is about. This is where it comes from. Wise black people. This is what everyone was aspiring to. Even young blacks was aspiring. You want to be the Sophie Moore. And more referring to black or Negro or nigger. Either way you want to put it. This is what they're talking about. These people were sages. These people were the first philosophers, the first universities, the first Sophie, wisdom, Moors, wise blacks. Let's look at it closer. Here's Sophie and here's Moore. Both from the Oxford English, I put them together. Sophie, wisdom, knowledge, wisdom, knowledge. Sophie, wisdom, knowledge. 2, one or other of the various sciences departments of study. Sophie, Sophie, okay, a wise or learned man, a sage. A sage. That's Sophie. Philosophy. Philo is love for this sage. Or philosophy, love for the Sophie. Love for the wise or learned man, love for the sage. Sophie, Moore. Moore. And I want you to look at that Moore, okay? Look at, I want you to see that Moore, the spellings, okay, of that Moore, because I'm going to go back here real quick. I want you to see this, right? Application conferred is a sophomore. Not one word like this. The original was 2 words. That Moore is a black man and woman, okay? You see in the etymology of Moore, we see that spelling here. We see that spelling here as well. Moore. Here's all the other spellings of Moore as well. Let me blow this up with you real quick, okay? As a matter of fact, let me come back real quick. Let me say this, right? The El Morris, maybe possibly from some ancient North African language, They don't even know where it come from. Some believe the word to be merely a use of Greek, malpus, black, which on this view is emphatic form of blind. Look how they doing this. But this is confined to late German, maybe even derivative of an ethnic name. They don't know. And look at, and the scholars, you got to look at may even. These words like may and could be and merely and all of that, that is, it means they don't know. When you see words like confer, maybe, perhaps, they don't know. Let's blow this piece up real quick. In ancient history, this is the Moor. This is the definition of a Moor. In ancient history, a native of Mauritania, a region of northern Africa corresponding to parts of Morocco and Algeria. The originals that were there were straight black people, straight up and down Africans. In later times, you see that? Later, you have ancient history and here now later. One belonging to the people of mixed Berber and Arab race. Later that comes. Mohammedan in religion, Islamic in religion, who constitute the bulk of the population of northwestern Africa because they invaded these people, killed them and took their land because they didn't want to convert to Islam. So they killed them and enslaved them and took their land. Africa, and who in the 8th conquered Spain. The Moors went on after they conquered those original Africans that were they were actually called Libyans. And there's all types of Libicus, Libyan. These people were designated that before they were invaded, basically, and told to convert to Islam or be enslaved or killed. And many converted to Islam because not just on the kill part, but they converted because Islam was coming through like the hot new thing. You could rise in Islam. You could rise in Arab culture if you just got down with their religion. And many Africans did. They saw themselves rising. So you don't have to force me to do this. I want to be part. And that became the Berbers, or what was then called the Berbers. Africa, and who in the 8th century conquered Spain. In the Middle Ages, now we're going even further, and as late as the 17th century, the Moors were commonly supposed to be mostly black or very swarthy. See, now we're getting past this. In ancient time they were black, they got invaded by these people. Now we're back to the Moors were commonly supposed to be mostly black or very swarthy, another name for dark skin, though the existence of white Moors was recognized. Those were the Genoese Moors. They were recognized because to be a Moor, it was only to adopt Islam. And hence, the word was often used for Negro. Do you see that? This is the printed word. This is fact. Okay? And hence, the word was often used for Negro, confer, blackamoor. And we get into that as well. When you study Ethiopia and start studying, this word here becomes entrenched, okay? You start seeing it a lot and so on. And it has really different meanings of authority. They try to degrade the word because, you know, they're after the Negro. They got to make the Negro low. They got to make the Negro an animal. They got to subhumanize the Negro. But as you can see, the Negro is the beginning of wisdom and philosophy. Here they go. And I want to show you this picture because this is just a party going on, just people having a good time, okay? And this is more realistic as a picture. I should have had the other one up here when I showed you Greeks in, with muscular bodies and these philosophers. This is what they're imitating. This is who they want to be. The wise black. You could call this a philosopher's party. The originals. It's how they got down. And all of them don't have to be philosophers. Only she does. All of them don't have to be philosophers. Only he does. Because philosophy is a character. It's a character. And not everybody has the character, no matter what race you are. Everybody don't have this character. moving on, just bringing you up closer to it, you know. But this is the stylized version. So this is the letter for divinity. Now, when you put this figure up, immediately we go, oh, black man monkey, oh, here's the racism. That's how they took your culture. This is a god named Thoth. Some say Thoth. Okay, it's a god. When we were the first philosophers, the word was that this baboon was our first teacher. Okay, now come on now. Kemetic knowledge of the mystery systems of Egypt, of Kemet. This is some of the oldest knowledge that they knew the time when we went from what is called animal or whatever to human, or from man to God. They knew when that happened. And they said the first knowledge who came and brought us writing, somebody who taught us how to write, was this figure, a baboon. Now this is an image, so it could have been a human that came and taught, but if you're dealing with the first humans, who they're saying the first humans lived more like animals, and it was something about human awareness that made us upright and start living in a symbolic world, start imagining our world and living in a symbolic world. We started making language and art and beauty and looking around. That's this. They're saying in ancient sciences that this dude was taught by this being that is depicted as a baboon. So now they tell you, now the racism comes in, oh, you don't want to be no monkey. They're talking down to the monkey, talking down to the ape. You don't want to, you an ape. You're like, oh, I don't want to be no ape. And they just took your culture because they know that the original baboon in our culture was a god, and a god of knowledge and writing. Here's the full picture with a woman, look at her hair, locks. These are ancient pictures too, by the way. We didn't just draw these yesterday. This is like 2,000-3,000 years old, these pictures. But I'm showing you the first philosophers, Eye of Horus, okay? The baboon, okay? The priestess, the wise woman, okay? Here's a figure of it. This is a duplicate of something that was actually made 2,000-3,000 years ago. I got this from a museum. Actually, I think it's the British Museum I might have got this out of. But here is Thoth, the baboon, teaching man how to write. So you got to consider, if you're the first human, you could talk to animals because you an animal yourself. So you know the language of animal. You know how to communicate to animal. Then you gain this human awareness. You gain this God consciousness. And you start knowing right from wrong, up from down, fake from real. You start knowing. And here's where you become wise. So what is interesting here is that this is the first MC as well. These are MCs. These are divine speakers, what is called the Medu Neter. These are the writers and speakers of the Medu Neter. And they're being guided and inspired by this being called Thoth. And Thoth has more images than just this image right here. Let's read. A baboon is squatting on a small pedestal with his hands sagely laid on its knees. Take a look. Sagely. Those are his hands, little sagely hands over the knees, okay? Sage. We're going to go back. Homo sapiens, sage, okay? Laid on his knees. But it would be sacrilege or disrespectful to mistake it for a pet. They say, don't mistake this guy for a pet. Don't mistake, this is not a pet, okay? This monkey is one of the forms of the god, Thoth. The god. Back to that word again. Thoth, patron of the scribes. This is made clear by the offering table set at the base of the pedestal and the humble attitude of the scribe seated at his feet. The scribe is reading a papyrus unrolled across his knees and bowing his head as a sign of devotion. I didn't see that here, and I'm just pointing that out to you because you gotta don't just read. Read with a critical mind. It says here, the scribe is reading a papyrus unrolled across his knees. How could you read a papyrus that's unrolled across his knees? Or maybe unrolled, that it was supposed to be rolled up? I don't know, whatever. Rolled his knees, bowing his head. Let's take a look at this. That's an open scroll, and his head is not bowed. And this information is explaining that picture. This is the card that comes with that picture, comes with that figure, okay? The scribe is reading a papyrus unrolled across his knees and bowing his head as a sign of devotion. The inscription encircling this little group invokes Thoth, master of divine words. Sounds like MC to me. Master of divine words? On behalf of the scribe, whose titles are listed. He is a high official called Nebmerutef, a priest, archivist, and royal scribe with the rank of minister. His sovereign, Amenhotep III, I've got this from Germany, now that I see it, Amenhotep III, granted him the very special favor of being portrayed at his side on the walls of his temple at Soleb. So what are we looking at? We're looking at a god influencing man with knowledge, writing, divine speech, basically breaking, MCing, graffiti art, DJing. That's called hip hop. Let's go forward. This is another picture of the same scribe. I want you to see the folded leg. This is the first image that is like this. Look at the hair, look at the image. Okay, look at the style. I'm going to show you this right now. Leg, this guy, high-ranking official of the pharaoh, chief of the double treasure, is seated cross-legged in well-known position of a scribe. So the cross-leg, the meditation position, was the first position of the scribe. That's where we get it from. It's not yoga, it's not Buddha, it's not any of that. It's black Egyptian that came first with the crossed leg and writing on the papyrus. He wears a large wig. In his left hand, he holds a papyrus unrolled over his knees. And I guess that when they say unrolled, it means it's open. Showing the list of funerary offerings. He wears a large wig. Ain't a wig. He wears a large wig which leaves his ears uncovered and a short beltless skirt tied simply at the waist with a knot. The first portrayals of seated scribes go back to the 4th dynasty, around 26 to 2500 BC. At that time, and by the way, Greece didn't even exist then. At that time, they were princes of royal blood. Blood. Do you see it? Blood. Princes of royal blood. But officials gradually adopted this position. Look at what's just said. At that time, 2,500 years back, okay, at that time, they were princes of royal blood. So they first start out as princes of royal blood. But officials, and that word is so loaded, of other people gradually adopted this position. The scribe is he who knows how to read and write, who uses divine words, the Egyptian term for hieroglyphs. He is the one who imposes taxes, who receives them, who draws up inventories of everything that exists. In short, he has the most important and best profession. It is also thanks to scribes that Egyptian literature is known. Their patron is Thoth. That's their patron saint, is Thoth. Now this part here could be from the library, from today's museums writing themselves into history, because these guys were not tax collectors. They're not writing about taxes. That's some stupid, crazy they put in here. They're writing about immortality. They're writing about how to reach the gods. They're writing prayers, what is called the Book of the Dead, or in ancient language, coming forth by day and night. It was changed to the Book of the Dead. But they're writing about prayers. They're writing about that other side, that dimension that you peek in your head out of this dimension and into another one. That's what they're writing about. Here's Thoth, or Thoth. This is from the Vatican. When I was at the Vatican, I took this picture. They have Thoth. Matter of fact, the whole Vatican is Egyptian artwork, everything. Everything in the Vatican is going taking you back to Egypt. That's in Egypt. I'm sorry, that's in the Vatican, in Rome. Okay? Take a look at him. Take a look at the Greek. 2,500 years later, like 1,500 years later, this is what they're doing. Then another 1,000 years after that, here's what's happening. The reason we know that this comes after this is because these people invaded them and them, plagiarized them, and they had influenced these people long before these people came and started invading both. This influenced both cultures. They're all trying to imitate the Sophomore, the wise black, the Homo sapien. That's what they're trying to imitate. Take a look at her hair. I wanted you to focus real quick on her hair. See the hair? Okay, Asians don't have hair like that, with all due respect. Take a look at the ears. Asians don't do their ears like that, with all due respect. They do now, some do, especially in Thailand and Cambodia, they do their ears like that, but that's original Africa. That's original African ears. She looks Asian, but the style that they are presenting, the posture of the person with the hair and the ears is all African culture. All black African culture. And it's a specific African that's making the right decisions, that's staying within their sphere, disciplined, knowing what's right and wrong, knowing fake from real. That's a specific kind of African that looked like this. Take a look at this hair and this hair. These are called Bantu knots today. They call them Bantu knots. Look at her hair and look at her hair. This is Lupita Nyong'o. She's from the Black Panther, you know. But I want you to see her hair and look at her hair. This is the ancient, this is modern, but this is the ancient, and this is the modern. Real face. This is what this is. This is trying to be this. Take a look at it again. The Bantu lots. Look at this. Okay? This is where these things come from. And you don't follow African culture in words. We were not a word culture. We were an oral culture and a style culture. So if you want to really study African history, you don't study words in books. You study style. Style. Here's a side view of the same head. Here's now this book I got from Germany, Naga Royal City. Just want to bring this up. We're going to come to a close now. Naga Royal City. These are where the first philosophers are coming from. And this is a royal city, Naga. These were all astronomers. There's other information on the royal city of Naga. Amazing city. And notice the word Naga. That word is loaded. It has all kinds of meanings and definitions to it. But the Germans are studying a whole civilization called the Naga. And here you have Amun, the ram-headed god. They're saying that Amun, the ram-headed god, is even before Egypt. Okay? And exactly what period Naga was founded cannot be proven archaeologically. The city's Meroitic name, Tolti, and Meroitic is Meroe. Meroe was the kingdom of Kush. And so they're saying the city's Meroitic name, this is a part of the Kushite kingdom. Tokti is mentioned in an inscription in the Lion Temple of Musawaret as early as the end of the 3rd century BC. The mention of the god Apidamak of Tokti means that this Meroitic divinity already possessed a sanctuary in Naga prior to 200 BC, at a time when Meroe had become the kingdom's capital, supplanting Napata at Gebel Barkal. And by the way, Meroe was a queendom, not a kingdom. Naga is a royal city. Okay? Temples are devoted to the most important gods of the Meroitic pantheon, Amun and Apidamak. The Leonine Apidamak is completely unknown in Egyptian religion. So originally they said there was Amun and Apidamak. And Apidamak appears to be a feminine god, a leonine, a female lion, I guess. Leonine. Apidamak is completely unknown in Egyptian religion. Amun, on the other hand, plays a dominant role in the pharaonic theological landscape as king of the gods and main deity in the Temple of Karnak since the 3rd millennium BC. At first depicted in anthropomorphic form since the New Kingdom, and anthropomorphic means depicted as animal. Or some, a human that's depicted as animal, or some sort of anthropomorphic form, anthro-man-morphic change form. Since the New Kingdom around 1500 BC. He also appears as a ram-headed man, or in purely animal shape as a ram. Okay? And it says the zoomorphic appearance was doubtlessly, like we have no doubt, that this was borrowed from the Sudan. Okay? Go back to the Sudan. The ram-shaped Amun is not an Egyptian loan within the Meroitic divine landscape, but goes back to thousands of years of local tradition. Okay? Thousands of years. This is the blown up version of it. Matter of fact, I'll leave this up. Take a picture of the screen. You're going to need this later on. You're going to need this. Now, I'm trying to show you the ram-shaped Amun. I'm trying to show you that there were other gods involved. Okay? I'm trying to show you that when now other people are explaining our culture, here's how they doing us. Okay? Here's how they doing us. I want to show you something else too. Okay? This is a quick piece. This is a person in here, but this is fragments. Okay? The date of the destruction of the temple of Amun cannot be precisely defined. That means they hide the evidence. Now look at this. Look what happened to the first philosophers. Somebody came into the temple and destroyed it. Okay? Now go for these people, these are philosophers. They're in a temple. The date of the destruction of the temple of Amun cannot be precisely defined, nor is the cause known. It came suddenly. Look what they wrote. This is archaeology, this is what they say, this is what they think happened. It came suddenly, while the temple was still in operation. People are praying in the temple, and in comes the colonist killing. You're praying in the temple, and in comes the thief stealing. It says, it came suddenly, while the temple was still in operation. Scorch marks in several rooms of the temple show that a fire had broken out. 7 of the 8 pillars of the hypostyle hall toppled. The walls of mud bricks stove in and buried everything that was currently in use for the cult. Okay, for the group they had going there. Here's a depiction of the ram, which depicts Amun. Okay, and Apidamak. So we got to know, when you're looking at this ram, are you looking at Amun or Apidamak? Apidamak got dissed and thrown to the side. Now all we get is Amun, by which we get the name Amen. And so take a look at what the ancient philosophers were dealing with was they deified the ram. Now, in Western culture, in the culture that invaded these people, or helped to invade these people, the ram is the devil now. Rams, goats, sheep, any horned animal like that is depicted as the devil. Because this is the culture that is the enemy of those, I can't even say enemy, they was the targets of imperialism and colonialism. So the imperialists come in, these people are praying. They kill them while they're praying. And then say that their gods are devils. And we just go along with it because we don't know real from fake. We don't know true from false. So we go along with what's being told because we really don't have the knowledge. Here now is some of the pillars that were standing, some of the architecture of the first philosophers. It's not just about words. These philosophers are building stuff. Building. Their philosophy is not a talk. It's an action. It's a character that produces pyramids and mathematical structures that are made without a ruler. They didn't go out there with a ruler and measure. This was a feeling. They felt this into existence. They felt it. Just as we close here for today, this is Isis. I'm going to show you the plagiarism. This is Isis, okay, Aset or Ast. The woman and the male child, she's suckling him. Look at her image. Look at the style. Okay, look at what she's feeding her child from the breast, suckling her child. Do you see that? This is another image, same thing of the same woman, but in a Greek style, suckling the breast. Okay, here's a little kid, and she's bringing her breast to his mouth. Same thing here, same image. Okay, take a look. Now the Roman gets involved. They don't change the image. They use the same image. Baby in arm, breast, feeding the baby. This is one of the rare pictures of the icon of Mary, Mother Mary, who is really Isis. Okay, who is really Hera. Okay, Mother Mary is one of the rare pictures of her with her breasts out. You never seen a picture of Mother Mary suckling young Jesus with her breasts out. They took that picture out as well. You got to get to the icons to really know about that. Plus, what I like about this picture is that there are medicinal plants behind her. They're trying to tell you something right here with this ancient picture. Okay? But what I want you to see, the original, Isis suckling little horrors. Isis. This probably would be called Hera now. Okay, and then from here, you get Mary. Same image, okay? Take a look. Here's the breast again. Same image, okay? Take a look. Same, this is now a variation. Now the breasts ain't out. We're coming up now, okay? This is it, take a look. Now it's the same. This is Isis and Osiris. Isis, Osiris. Isis, but now we don't even know. Now we're Roman. Now we're gone. The original culture's gone. Okay, and this is what we're dealing with now. Okay, this is what we're dealing with now. But this is a copy of that. This is what happened to philosophy, and this is why hip hop has re-emerged as the original civilization of the original philosophers. The love, study, and pursuit of wisdom is a character, not just a study. In fact, it is actually the philosophical character that reveals the study. It is the living of the sage's life that reveals wisdom, while the pursuit of wisdom only proves that you do not possess it, or that it is foreign to you. The pursuit of something is not the something that is being pursued, just as the love of something is not the something being loved. Philo and Sophie is what they, Greeks, saw as the character of enlightened, sunburnt beings who obviously loved learning. For these ancient black beings, what the Greeks were calling philosophy, or love of wisdom, was more accurately love and wisdom. The balance between the heart and the mind, the emotions and the intellect, reason and intuition. The ancients saw what was called philo and sophy as justice, the balance of all things. In Kemet, Egypt, this was called ma'at. This balance, which was expressed as a certain character, then led to the deification of the sage, which was the ultimate point to the knowing of oneself. It was to achieve union with the mind of the universe and God. This is philosophy. Here's ma'at, and I will close on this image right here. Look at this black God right here. This is what we're going to have to come to terms with. If you talk about Black Lives Matter, if you're dealing with anything about African American liberation, no matter what your race is, restore us back to who we were. This is the job of hip hop as culture. That those who join in on the culture, you understand that those who are hip hop, no matter what your race is, you are part of the oppressed group. And if you're part of the oppressed group, that means you're being lied to about your culture. And it is up to hip hop to go through every culture, European, African, Asian, Indian, go through each culture and explain the truth about the origins of that culture. We're starting with philosophy because we are philosophers. And the very first human beings, which were the first breakers, the first MCs, the first graffiti writers, the first DJs, beatboxers, fashion people, the first, we have their blood in us. That's why we call it hip hop today. The hip awareness, hopping movement, consciousness, intelligence springing up. I want to thank you today for listening, for learning, and I'll see you next week. This is the Temple of Hip Hop. I am KRS-One. Peace.
Based on your knowledge, reality itself presents itself to you based on what you know. If you don't have a word for something, you overlook it. You only see according to your vocabulary. There's things in this room right now that it goes totally unnoticed because we don't have a word for them. There's things going through your body right now, invisible, and you just don't know about it because you don't have a word for it. The more words you know, the better equipped you are to handle reality. Now let's go deeper. If you could swallow that piece. Perception is based on your knowledge. What is knowledge? Knowledge is awareness. Education is not knowledge. Education is training. We need to be educated in some things. I'm educated in MCing. I'm educated to that. I'm trained to that. But that's not knowledge. Knowledge is awareness. What do you know? What do you see? The only way you can see is with a collection of words, or so you believe. Let's go deep. Words create reality. The more words I see, the more reality I can see. But this is how white racism gets us every time, through words. Words are not reality. Words are symbols of reality. A word, what is a bird? B-I-R-D. What is a bee, first of all? A symbol. What is an eye? That line up. And why do we call it an eye? Why not call it a dot? A B-I. R. What is R? R. Why do I have to say that? R. Bird. D. Analyze every piece of sound that comes out of your mouth and you'll break up white racism. That's why I'm telling it to you. This is a technique. Bird. That's not what that thing is. That's what you've been educated to call it. You're not hearing it. You're not hearing it. Come on, let me say it again. B-I-R-D is not what is floating through air. And look at the words. I can't even speak anymore. Look. B-I-R-D is, what is? Not, what is not? Why do I say, why am I speaking like this? Once you can get past English language, you get past English racism. We can't get past English racism because we're speaking English. And the English language words are creating the reality in which we are seeing. This is why when you speak slang language, it upsets white racism. You have taken that word that they say, oh, what is that thing doing? It is flying. What is flying? Flying. What is that? Like, what is that? What exactly is it? Flying. Something going through the air, I guess, without a pole to hold it up. Flying. Why can't we call that God? Why can't you see something flying through the air and you say, oh, somebody said, what is that? That's God. Okay, now so, what is that flying through the air like that? Oh, that's my ancestors. Why do I say this? Because no one knows what's flying through the air. No one knows what that is. But in a culture, you have to give meaning to every material item in your world, or you won't see it. So for English, it's called bird, B-I-R-D. So that's what we agree to call that. But that ain't what it is. Those that are into true spirituality think on this other side. If you notice, people don't want to say, they don't want to admit it, but you can check the history books on this one. Most of the spiritual teachers of history, Jesus, Buddha, Moses, these people, not Moses, Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, they were illiterate. Go back through the history. Jesus couldn't read. Yes. Buddha couldn't read. Krishna couldn't read. They were illiterate. Could not count. These people were not interested in English systems. In fact, their civilization is before it. When you don't know how to read or write, you see God. And let me say it this way. When you can look past the symbols of reality and see reality, you see God. You see the activities of God. The reason we have so many atheists in this world today is because they're speaking English. They're speaking English. If you could see a reality, I'll give you another, here's another example. This is what the mystery systems used to teach. This is what you had to know before you even got in. What is this? I was trained to call it a microphone. Microphone. What is microphone? What is this? Podium. What is a podium? This is how hip hop started, right here, on the spiritual level, on the mental level. changing reality. What is this podium? No, it's not. That's what the English call it. What do you call it? This is how hip hop started, just like this. We started renaming everything in the society that was around us. They told us to dance by holding your partner and dance like this. We said, no, we're gonna fling her up in the air and ring her back and ah! They said, this is art. Leonardo and, all these artists, Cezanne and this one and that one. Michelangelo. These are the premier artists. We said they're corny. This is what we need over here. Dude on the side of the train. Everything they said had value, we rejected it, and that's how hip hop started. The language they gave us, we flipped it. They said dope means stupid or drug. We said dope is the greatest thing in the world. Fresh was supposed to be you talking back to your parents, or fresh fruit, something fresh. We was like, no, fresh is applied to us. We fresh. The fruit is ripe. So this is the consciousness that we dealt with intuitively. We didn't know we were doing this, but we were doing it. What we were doing was getting beyond English interpretation of reality and creating our own reality. And we started with words like chill and chill out. America loved that. When they first heard chill and chill out, that was all. Everybody said, yeah, we gotta chill. That's all from hip hop. Most of American society today, most of American culture, I tell you this with all due respect, one of the only things the world like about America is hip hop. Remember that when you're traveling abroad and want to dress like some corporate dude at Wall Street. The world don't respect that. I travel everywhere, that's why I'm saying it to you. When you get off planes and I take ships, I don't fly. But when you get in the port, dudes is hip hop. The dudes handling your bags, hip hop. The police, hip hop. The people that's checking you in, hip hop. And I'm not talking about, oh, they like rap music. These are B-girls, B-boys. You walk in, they say, yo, they're checking you in to the hotel. They say, I'm gonna be at the B-girl convention this weekend. Are you gonna be there? Yeah, I'm gonna be there. And she's all dressed up tight and all this, like in her corporate look. The world is exploiting and enjoying hip hop way more than America is. Way more, way more. Most rap artists and DJs make most of their money out of the country. Nobody's here in America. Nobody's here. Everybody's in Africa now. Africa is exploding. Exploding. That's why the Chinese went over there. Because as big as China is, they still ain't bigger than Africa. Could you imagine that? As big as China is, Africa swallows that up in resources, in regenerative resources, diamonds, gold, silver, copper. Their cell phones got some new mineral in it that makes the cell phone work. That come out of Africa. Everything, Africa's exploding. And hip hop also in Africa is exploding. You know where else is exploding? South Pacific, Australia, Fiji Islands, New Zealand, Thailand. These places got money and they're spending it on hip hop. You better hear what I'm saying to you in this college right here. When you get your receipt, your degree, sorry, I slipped. What got over? When you get your degree and you're now looking for employment with that degree, don't buy the myth that your degree is worthless or doesn't get you a job, or that's a myth. College degrees are respected all over the world. People respect knowledge. But what we have is Americans depending on their college education, and that's never what a college education was supposed to do. College education is supposed to prepare prepare you for the world, not give you the world. It's supposed to prepare you for the world. So if you in here playing games, when it comes, when the day comes, and you say, well, damn, I got this degree and I don't know what to do, and this was your time to plan your future. And I'm adding to that planning by saying to you, hip hop is no longer an entertainment pastime. Let me tell you, you could raise families on this, send kids to college on this. You could pay your own way through college. Hip hop can relieve your college debt if you play your cards right. Become an MC immediately. I don't even care if you like rap. Become an MC, any age. Become a DJ. DJ's even easier to be. Play other people's music. You get $10,000 for 45 minutes. Can't beat that. These are the new jobs. This is new employment in this country and in the world. The economy, the world economy has gone entrepreneur. No one is working for anyone else anymore. Those are, of course they are. Trade is still going on. But what the world is marching toward is entrepreneurships. More people working for themselves, more people creating their ideas and selling them to the public. And I kind of think it's brilliant, to be honest with you, but what's going to happen also is those without ideas are going to find themselves homeless and at the poverty level. Those that are not creative now, the dude that could just crunch numbers or, good at math or this kind of thing, it may come in handy in terms of organizational skills or intellectual skills, but really, if you can't make something with your hands, if you can't express yourself in some kind of tangible way, you'll be at a loss in the future. This is just a message from hip hop coming at you. This is what I tell my own kids as well, that there are no good paying jobs for intellectuals. There really are not. A CD called The Flattening of America. You should get to that. It was early 2000, The Flattening of America. And it talks about how there are no more hierarchies. There's no more superstardom and this one's on top and that one's on the bottom. Everything's flat. Everything now is flat. And you notice this in music, meaning like any of you can really compete with me in the music market right now. It doesn't matter that I have 20 albums ahead of you or that I've been rapping for 30 years. And none of that matters. Today what matters is if you put out a song today, you can compete with an artist who's been in the industry for 10, 20 years. I can put a record out and compete with, U2 or Metallica or, everyone is on the same level. This is what America wanted. It was called equality. Everyone on the same level. But this is also now becoming an issue because if you're not a creative spirit, it's going to be difficult. Now, let me go back to something real quick. We have some new people that actually came in. Wow, you guys. Should I rewind and should I go? But we were talking more on the metaphysical side. This is about how to think your way out of the situation you're about to get hit with. And this is what I want to leave you with. Number one, hip hop is no longer an entertainment pastime. Don't treat it like that anymore. Treat it like as a side investment that you're gonna make of yourself. If you're a dancer, learn how to dance, learn how to break, pop, lock, up rock, spin on your head. People around the world are paying top dollar to see anybody, not a star, not anybody that can do the hip hop elements masterfully will have a lifetime source of employment. If you master DJing, let's say you're a 50-year-old Irish woman that teaches math in Brooklyn. I just made that up. 50-year-old Irish woman teaching math in Brooklyn. She's got to she supplement her salary. She's off in the summer and she got to find something to do. She should become a DJ. 50-year-old Irish woman teaching math in Brooklyn starts throwing on MOP, mix that with Wu-Tang, come back to Mos Def, and start mixing records. Put herself, like today you have the internet, put herself out there like that and say, look, I'm DJ Irish math teacher. And this is how we gonna get down. She grabs her mic and says, this is for my students in the 5th grade. Let's get it popping. And starts throwing on music. Guaranteed, listen to this. Guaranteed, she's gonna make more money over the summer than her entire salary for the year. Hear me today. Hear this. The DJs are making $10,000 for 45 minutes. MCs are making $25,000 minimum. I'm talking minimums. $25,000, 50-minute show. If you play for Rock the Bells, the lowest is $20,000. And them shows be terrible. And 20 minutes, people did 20, 15 minutes, they made $45,000. This is what I'm saying. And as we all are looking for new employment, looking for new jobs, and even older people who are looking for retirement, looking for that social security, hip hop is the ultimate way to go. But you have to be serious about the elements like anything else. Once you are good at it, people start paying you for it. Once you master any of the elements, breaking, MCing, graffiti art, DJing, even beatboxing. I keep leaving beatboxing out because it's part of MCing. But the core elements is breaking, MCing, graffiti art, DJing. If you could do any of that, you have lifetime employment at any age, any ethnicity, race, religion. Hip hop is not into none of that. Racism, classism, sexism, homophobia, all that. Hip hop is above that, really. You go in the world, present yourself the way you are. And this is my next point about consciousness. When you look in the mirror, how do you feel about yourself? This is hip hop. Back in the day, somebody would come over and say, yo, what's your name? Bob. Okay, Bob, you go ahead and stand over there. Somebody come over here, what's your name? Super Bob Ski from 123, look at me. Oh. Super Bob Ski from 123, look at me. He's already coming out the game with value. Listen to what I'm saying here. Value is not based on what you own or what you have. In fact, I'll drop this jewel on you real quick. Real value is based on what you can do without. It's not about what you can accumulate. It's how functionable are you with nothing. And we can't function on nothing, so that becomes the scale. How low can you go? How deep can you go? Because after a while, if you really become a spiritual being, you don't rely on the world for nothing. Nothing. You enter the world, but you are not dependent upon the world. You're dependent upon invisible forces. What are the invisible forces? Love. People can't see love. They're too busy watching hate. It's all about your perception. If you see love, you see love. I'll say it again. If you see love, if you can see it, this is love right here. I'm seeing love. She in her own mind may believe I'm not love. Love is bigger than me, I'm just whoever I am. No, that's in her head. She's only a dream character in my perception. She could be God for all I know. We don't know who anybody is, so why can't she be God? We don't know where God is, when God is, how God is, so why she can't be God? This woman right here, I choose with my perception to see her as God. This is an ancient African technique. God was never outside of your perception. God was never outside of what you thought. That's why Western man came and said, there is no God, they're just making it up. Right! But God is the greatest human invention in human history. And the reason being, the reason Africans created God is so that humanity in its infinity would never run out of something to rise to. This is why God exists. If you don't have God, you don't rise. There is nothing human about technology. Sorry. Nothing human about it. And this is what I want to say in terms of your spirit. What can you see? This is God to me. And I respect her and will treat her just like that. That's my perception of her. Now she can do something to break that perception. She could do something to enhance it. What if she knew that I thought she was God? There'd be something in her that would try to live up to the image that I see of her. There'd be something in her that when she approached me, she would at least have to either deny God or become. This is how, as a community, we treated each other. If there is no God, then we are not family. The only way we can be brothers or sisters is if we have the same parent. Think. We cannot call ourselves brothers or sisters if we don't have the same mother or father. When God is the eternal mother, we become all brothers and sisters. When we all say, yes, I am part of this idea called God, not a man in the sky, not even a metaphysics, not even a spirit in a separate consciousness. No, we don't have to get there yet. Let's just make God up right now, like our ancestors did. Nobody told them what God was. What God was your dead father. What God was your deceased mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, ancestor, builder of the tribe. This was the God. And when we got rid of the God, we stopped worshiping that God and started worshiping their God, we lost our spiritual power. No one wants to admit it, but your parents are your gods. Whether they're crazy, deranged, it doesn't matter. They come before you in the hierarchy of life. Nature doesn't care what you think about your parents. Nature is following laws, order. When you're out of the order, when you're out of order, you can't work. What places us out of order first is the speaking of English and relying on English language to define our reality. Speak slang. Say, change every word you can to something else that means something you represent. Never let English language define your reality. That's number one. Number two, what do you think of yourself when you say your own name? My mother named me Lawrence Parker. Guess my name? Lawrence Parker. The minute I got a chance, I got out, I said, I'm an MC. I changed my name. I am now knowledge reigning supreme over nearly everyone. Imagine saying that for the first time. I got a weird reaction, but I changed my reality by changing my name. When I changed my name, I changed my reality. Listen to me. This is going to change. This is it. How is it possible? How is it possible that I could make a record called Sound of the Police and the police are jamming to the record? How is that possible? it's possible because we're not dealing with just words and meaning, and we're dealing with culture. We're dealing with culture. A lot of police officers agree. They say, this is crazy. This job I'm working right now, a lot of cops don't even work. They're like teachers. They get about the same salary. Public servants. I bring the cops up here because this is the beginning of peace in the hood right here. And this is gonna sound real corny. But there used to be a time when the police officer used to walk the beat. He used to walk around the block, actually, patrolling. And as he walked around the block, certain business owners would give the police officer stuff. Apple here, something for the kid there, this kind of thing. And what that was it lowered corruption in the hood. The same thing was done to the teachers, but I'm gonna stay here on the cops. Certain neighborhoods took care of their police officers. So the police officers took care of them. In our neighborhoods, we don't take care of the police officers, so they don't take care of us. You are the power, not them. If you would treat the police with respect, they would treat you with respect. I know that sounds crazy coming from me. I know it's crazy. I have to look at myself. Insane. But the truth must come out. Truth. Any human being will treat you the way you treat them. Forget cop. That's what we're looking at. They seeing us as Trayvon. The hoodie, oh yeah. Now, look past that. If you look past that, look past the English language, look past the imagery, look past your education, look past all that, and see a human being. See a person just like yourself trying to make it. The police are not the problem. We are. We're the problem. We outnumber the police like 100 to 1, 1,000 to 1. Why are the police still shooting us down in the hood? Because they're afraid. What makes them afraid? We make them afraid. We have no respect for the police, and they know it. So at the end of the day, what are they, the first thing you hear? No respect for us. But the onus, the responsibility is not on the police. The responsibility is on us. We are the power. We are the superiors here. The police are supposed to protect us. And they're only supposed to protect those that need protection. Another group of us don't even need to see you. We'll take care of ourselves. But those that need protection, that's where the cops should be. Now, if you walked up to a cop and said, listen, this ain't a bribe or nothing, man, but here's some money for gas. Here's, not cash, a card. Here's a card, like a Christmas gift. Here's some money for cash. I know it's crazy, but here, he may even reject it. But I guarantee he's gonna tell his wife about it that night. Yo, I was patrolling the other day. Dude walked up to me, tried to give me $50 as a Christmas gift. I turned it down, but it was a good gesture. Change his mind totally about who he's looking at. How many times do our business owners, they diss the cops? Business owners be dissing cops. That's why cops don't even go into, the cops only go to 7-Eleven. No, real talk. Police, they feel intimidated. They walk inside certain stores, people looking at it. What you doing, yo? You got the uniform on, you walking around. Cops are getting intimidated too. But what if the police existed in an environment where they were supported? Where, not snitching, to ratting your brother out, no, not that. But living in a society where there's no need, there's no crime. There's no crime. Why is there no crime? Because there's order. Law with no order equals crime. Remember that. Law with no order equals crime. That's how crime is created. You have laws, but no order. So everybody's breaking the law. See, if you have order, you don't break laws. Gravity is an order. You don't break that law. Breathing is an order. There's an exercise where, we could say this, rock star energy drink. Wow, I just put that in history. See how quick history come up right there. Rock star energy drink. Those that want to do the exercise, we're going to say rock star to ourselves without opening our mouths, without saying anything outside. We're going to say this to ourselves. We're going to say rock star to ourselves. Don't say it out loud at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now the question to ask, if you've said rock star in your mind, the question to ask is, what voice is that? What voice is that? What voice just spoke? You just said rock star without moving your mouth at all. On top of that, you on top of saying rock star, you heard yourself say rock star. How can you hear yourself say rock star and no vibration of sound has happened? See, this puts a different perspective on what sound actually is. And what memory is. Memory's not in the brain, memory's in the soul. The only thing you take with you after this life is your memories or your knowledge, your experiences. That's the only thing you take. Unless you study Egypt culture, they believe you can take all this stuff with you on the other side. Just as a side note. But if you said rock star in your mind or in your being is the true answer, is the true statement. In your being, what was that voice? What was the voice that spoke and then you heard yourself speaking? But these ears did not hear you say anything because your mouth didn't move. So the ears didn't hear it, the mouth did not move, but you spoke and you heard yourself speaking. If you close your eyes, you can see this better. If you close your eyes and put this image in another sight, if you close your eyes, you can still see this. What is the sight that can see your future? These two eyes don't see the future. These two eyes don't see the past. Yet, you can see your past and you can see your future. You can actually see your past. What is the sight that can see beyond time? Don't give it away. What is this is an ancient meditation. This is an ancient meditation that I am not the flesh. I am the energy, the consciousness, the being in the flesh. And this is proof. This is no faith. This is not religion. This is actual fact. You can speak without moving your mouth. You can hear without ears. You can see without eyes. So what happens when these eyes, this mouth, and this ear drops off into the grave? These other senses are all you're left with. Death is an illusion. Once you realize this, you live your life more courageously. Now, no one wants to die before their time, so you try to protect yourself. But know that this body is the limitation of you. It is not your zenith. It is not your ultimate. Your ultimate is that voice that just said rock star. That voice that just said rock star without nothing physical moving, that person is immortal. That person is not here with you. Let's go deeper. The body is in, 3 dimensions, right? Forward, back, right, left, up, down, and time. Fourth dimension, 3 dimensions plus time. That's our physical reality. Front, back, right, left, up, down, that's 3D plus time. What happened to in and out? Look at the English thought. Back, forth, right, left, up, down, no in and out. No in and out. What is in and out? Rock star. Rock star says, I exist without the body. So where is this other existence? Where is it? It's not here. It's not in 3-dimensional space where you really are. The person that said this is in a whole different dimension. Just switch a little bit. Talk to yourself more. Affirm to yourself more. Don't move none of this. No, close this down and go within and say, I am the greatest ... ever. I have all my needs coming with speed. I am a being of love and light and knowledge. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Whatever it is, have your affirmation on your tongue. Or, sorry, in your being. This is how the gods created this whole reality. The first humans, imagine, the first humans, they came from inner space. They came out. Study the Anunnakis. They came out of inner space. Not from outer space. Inner space. Rockstar. Before there was a body, there was this voice traveling in this voice's dimension. To get here to the earth, the inner voice created this outer extension of itself to be in this dimension. Once you realize that you are not just in this dimension, but you're also in another dimension, you now are free. Because whatever happens to you here in this dimension is not your only reality. See, this is how Jesus was able to get beaten and brutalized and hang on the cross. He wasn't here. He was the rock star. Inside, he went to the inner man. Do what you want with the body. I'm not here. Now, once you realize that level of consciousness, where you are officially, you identify yourself as the spirit, not the flesh. You are the inner voice, not the outer voice. Once you become the inner voice, now your outer voice has power. Now when you speak, it's not just a shell speaking. There's a being speaking through the shell. And this is where you heal all sickness in your body. This is where you command reality to work with you, and it works according to your consciousness. Why? Because it's not a shell that's speaking. There's a real being in the shell that is speaking. And when the real being speaks, all nature and the universe responds. This is how hip-hop was created. We spoke it into existence.
I come back every year, I get newer. I'm the dust on the moon, I'm the trash in the sewer. Let's go. I come back every year, I get brighter. If you thinking hip hop is alive, hold up your lighter. Let's go. I come back every year, I'm expanding, talking to developers about the city we planning. Come on. I come back through any endeavor. This is hip hop, we gon' last forever. Hip means to know, it's a form of intelligence. To be hip is to be update and relevant. Hop is a form of movement. You can't just observe a hop, you gotta hop up and do it. Hip and hop is more than music. Hip is the knowledge, hop is the movement. Hip and hop is intelligent movement or relevant movement. We selling the music, so write this down on your black books and journals. Hip hop culture is eternal. Run and tell all your friends. An ancient civilization has been born again. It's a fact. I come back. Every year I'm the strongest. KRS, Marley Marl, yep, we last the longest. Let's go. I come back. Cause I'm not in the physical. I create myself, man. I live in the spiritual. I come back through the cycles of life. If you've been here once, you gon' be here twice. So I tell you, I come back. Cause you must learn too. Hip hop culture is your hip-hop. Her infinite power helping oppress people. We are unique and unequal. Hip-hop. Wholly integrated people having omnipresent power. The watchmen's in the tower of hip-hop. Hydrogen, iodine, phosphorus. Hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus. That's called hip-hop. The response of cosmic consciousness to our condition as hip-hop. We gotta think about the children we bringing up. When hip and hop means intelligence springing up. We singing what? Sickness, hatred, ignorance, and poverty, or health, love, awareness, and wealth. Follow me. I come back. Every year I get newer. I'm the dust on the moon. I'm the trash in the sewer. That's right. I come back. Every year I get brighter. If you think hip-hop is alive, hold up your lighter. Let's go. I come back. Every year I'm expanding, talking to developers about the city we planted. I come back through any endeavor. This hip-hop, we gon' last forever. We will be here forever. We will still be here forever. Get what I'm saying? Forever. Marley, I come back. Every year I get newer. That's that. That's that. I come back. Every year I get newer. That's that. That's that. I come back. Every year I get newer. That's that. That's that. I come back. Every year I get newer. I come back. I come back. I come back.